Good afternoon and welcome to Football Commentary Live. We are bringing you the of commentary of Arsenal against Olympiacos in the Europa League round of 16 second leg. I'm your alternative commentator, Russ Vernon. Alongside me is Mike Orderman and you're listening to Football Commentary Live. Arsenal taking on Olympiacos. They're looking to book their place in the next round of the Europa League. Arsenal have made and named a stronger lineup. I'll run through that for you now, then we'll run through it again just before kick-off, and then I'll fetch Mike and once I run through the teams. Arsenal has been Leno in goal, Bellerin, Tierney, Gabriel, David Luiz at the back. In midfield is Granit Xhaka, Mohamed El Nani and Denis Ceballos. And then is Nicola Pepe, Emile Smith-Rowe and Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang up front. On the bench, Matt Ryan, Arthur Iwanko, the 19-year-old English goalkeeper, Alex Lacazette, Martin Odegaard, Rob Holding, Cedric, Thomas Partey, Callum Chambers, Pablo Mari, Reece Nelson, Eddie Nketiah, Gabriel Martinelli. As for Olympiacos, is Jose Sarr, Mohamed Kamara, Jan Envilla, Kostas Fortounis, their captain, Youssef El Arabi, Tianesis, Ondrachos, Socrates returns to the Emirates, and we'll get Mike's thoughts on that in a moment. Georgios Marousis, Wassam Bor, Jose Olabas, and Oleg Rybuk. On the bench is Ilas Karagis, Kostas Tokoulis, both goalkeepers, Andres Boukalakis, Marius Russell, Mohamed Dragar, Bruma, Kenny Lala, Vasis Suola, and Lazar Ranjalovic. The referee is Carlos Del Guerrero Grande. He's from Spain. The assistants are Juan Carlos Rustet and Roberto Alonso Fernandez, also from Spain. The fourth official is Jose Maria Sanchez. VAR this evening in operation is Juan Martinez Morena, he's assisted by Guillem Cadra Fernandez, and the UEFA delegate for this game is Pierre Elison. And we're now going to bring in your co-commentator, Mike Orderman. And good evening, Mike. How are you doing, mate? You okay?
Yeah, evening, Russ. Doing well, thank you. Looking forward to this one. Hopefully it's not a repeat of last season. Of course, everyone knows what happened in this fixture last year. Arsenal were 1-0 winners at Olympiacos through Alex Lacazette, and then it all kind of went wrong, didn't it, in the home fixture last year, with that game, of course, going to extra time, and El Arabi getting the winner for Olympiacos, and then even right at the very end there, right at the death of that game, Aubameyang missed a sitter as well, which would have sent Arsenal through. So, hopefully there's no more repeats, and hopefully it's plain sailing this time around.
Yes, and my Arsenal already have a 3-1 lead from the first leg against Olympiacos. Odegaard, Gabriel and El Nani on target. El Rabi, who you mentioned there, Michael, knocked Arsenal out in the last round. Scored for Olympiacos on that occasion. It still seems to be a problem for Arsenal. Arsenal can't seem to stop him at this moment in time. Michael, do you feel that could be a worry tonight because Arsenal failed to stop him in the last round, in the first leg this time, and failed to stop him at the Emirates last year as well? Do you think this could be a problem again this time around, Mike?
Absolutely, yeah. It's definitely a worry from an Arsenal perspective, and former players coming back and haunting you is always a thing as well. So keep an eye out for what Socrates does. Hopefully not a lot going forward, and of course, it's good to see him back at the Emirates, but hopefully his side aren't on the winning side this time around. Hopefully it's a similar scoreline to what it was last week, and Arsenal go through again.
Yes, and I'm just looking through now, Michael, some of the facts from Arsenal. Their biggest home win it was in the Champions League when they won 7-0 against Slavia Prague back in 2007 in the group stages. Mm-hmm. The biggest away win was 7-0 away to Standard Liège back in 1993 in the UEFA Cup Winners' Cup, second round, second leg. And
Yeah.
the heaviest home defeat, Mike, for Arsenal, because Arsenal being at home this is in the Champions League as well, was 5-1 to Bayern Munich back in 2017. In the Europa League, Mike, in the competition which Arsenal are in, the biggest home win was a 6-0 against Bate Borisov back in 2017. Biggest away win, Lokomotiv Leipzig. 4-1 in the first round, second leg, and 0-3, 3-0 away win 5 times. Most recently against Mold in the group stage this season. Heaviest home defeat, Mike, in this competition was a 5-2 defeat against Spartak Moscow back in 1982 in the first round, second leg, and the heaviest away defeat was a 3-1 defeat against Rennes back in 2019, the round of 16. So this stage, first leg, also lost 4-1 to Chelsea in the 2019 final.
Yeah, don't remind me too much about that one. That was the day that I think we scored with Iwobi, and apart from that, we did absolutely nothing. I think Iwobi was probably one of the main players that actually sort of did anything in that game. There was a lot of players that shied away on the big occasion, and it's kind of a lot of those players are players that Mikel Arteta has actually moved on as well now.
Yes, and looking at Olympiacos, their biggest home win in the UEFA Champions League was a 6-1 against Bessa, and that was in the UEFA Europa League second qualifying round, second leg. Another one was against Nordsjælland when they won 5-0 the first one was in 2010, the other one was 2008 in the UEFA Cup first round, second leg. The teams are just making their way out onto the field as well, guys, as we just look at some of these stats for you. Their biggest away win, Mike, was against Beza when they won 5-0 back in 2010 in the first leg of the UEFA Europa League second qualifying round. And their heaviest away defeat, Mike, since they've been away today, was a 5-1 against Dinamo Zagreb back in 1977 was the first round, second leg. And also, they lost 4-0 twice away from home, most recently against a fellow Premiership side in Arsenal back in 2005, round of 16, second leg. So this stage and this leg of this stage as well, Mike. Can you guess who that is against, Mike? Who that was against?
When they lost beforehand,
the most recently back in 2005.
Oh, it's got to be Arsenal. It's surely got to be Arsenal, isn't it?
Nope, it is Newcastle United.
Newcastle. Oh, okay, yeah. When of course Olympiacos were knocked out last season by an English side as well, weren't they? They beat Arsenal and then went on to lose to Wolves the round afterwards.
They did, Mate. Yes, that is correct. The teams are out now, so I'll just run you through the teams again. For Arsenal, it's Leno in goal. Then their back four is Bellerin, Luiz, Gabriel and Tierney, Smith Rowe, Ceballos, El Nani, Xhaka, Pepe, Aubameyang is up front. Just showing you the officials on the screen right now. And then we'll just have a look at their team, Olympiacos' team that is. And it's a fairly strong side from Olympiacos, it looks like. Jose Alabas, the former Watford man, playing today as well. We just mentioned about El Rabbit, he played last time, so it's Sars in goal, Socrates, Bar and Olabat on the back, Atrosis, Envia, Kamara and Rebic in midfield, Marusas, El Rabi up front, Mike, and Fortunas. Kamara and Fortunas, if they get booked tonight, will be missing the next game should Olympiacos go through this
That's
season.
right, yeah, Kamara and Fortunas, the captain, for Pedro Martin's side. Just looking at the lineup and how they're going to sort of go with their formation as well. Of course, Barr's back in for them today. He was a late withdrawal, but just before the game last week, wasn't he? Through injury, he got an injury, and it meant that I think it was Jan and Vio had to drop into centre back, and they had to bring in. I can't remember who they brought in the end, but it's good to for them to have him back fit, and of course in the starting lineup. And there's a few changes there from Arsenal as well, notably Martin Odegaard on the bench rather than starting today. And there's of course young 19-year-old Arthur Okonkwo on the bench as well, the 19-year-old Englishman, and he's a very talented goalkeeper who's done quite a lot for the under-23s and the under-18s back a couple of years back as well.
It is as well, Mike, and it's good to Saka's not involved from the start today as well, Mike, for Arsenal. He's another one who misses out from last week as Olympiacos get us off and underway, attacking the goal to our left as we watch Arsenal attacking the goal to our right as David Luiz wins the header. On to Nicola Pepe, and Arsenal just concede possession as Kamara fetches it forward, but Arsenal get back through Nicola Pepe. Now Ceballos on Kabame. Now Nicola Pepe again. Loses out Nicola Pepe there, and Arsenal almost nearly on, Mike. And good stuff from the Gunners, would you say?
Yeah, it's a bright start from Arsenal, and it's what you really need in your home tie. There's a good header there from David Luiz, a good header on from Pepe as well, and it's a bit sloppy really from Olympiacos, giving the ball away, and then it was a good opportunity for Arsenal, and more of the same would be great. It's great to be on the front foot, and if Arsenal get a couple of early goals here, then this could be tie over probably quite quickly really if Arsenal was to go and start how they started against Tottenham.
Yes, and speaking of Tottenham, they're also in action tonight. We'll bring you up to date with how they're getting on in their game, and we'll of course keep you up to date with the other games in this competition as well this evening as Arsenal can't come forward as far as back to the keeper Sarr, and it'd be a good test for Arsenal. They put up a good fight last year, put up a good fight last week as well in the Europa League against the Gunners, and always do that as Gabriel feeds into Kieran Tierney. Back into Gabriel, who looks to look like he's going to play back towards the goalkeeper there, which was Leno, but he said played it down the line. But Arsenal have it back with El Nani now, and El Nani controlling the ball in midfield. 2 minutes gone here at the Emirates. Arsenal nil, Olympiacos nil. You listen to alternative commentary from the home of alternative commentary on Football Commentary Live, brought to you by Russ Vernon and Mike Ornament this evening as Kieran Tierney is down, trying to get down the line there as Barr knocks it back to his keeper. So knocks downfield, and Arsenal will pick it up again as El Nani knocks it back to Gabriel. And Mike, if you just look at the shape from Olympiacos, when Arsenal have got the ball, they've got the front three pressing on all
Yeah,
three.
you can see them pressing quite high up the pitch. Yeah.
And the defence are keeping an eye line as well, trying to keep Arsenal out here, and Aubameyang's having to drop deep here as he just to get involved in the game, and not much space happening for Arsenal at the moment.
No, but that's what you're going to expect. Olympiacos are going to want to make it tight. They're going to want to, of course, force Arsenal into mistakes, and of course, that's how they got their goal last week as well. It was a mistake from Arsenal that gifted El Arabi the goal. If you're Olympiacos, a bit like probably what Tottenham should have done at the weekend, to try and force the Gunners into making these mistakes that they've been very prone in the last 2-3 weeks or so.
They have yesterday, and then gave the ball away now. And Olympiacos have the ball back now with Olabas, the former Watford man, and he's just keeping it simple and feeding it into Socrates, the former Arsenal man back at the Emirates today, as we've already touched upon. And Mike, if fans were in the stadium today, how much of sort of a reception would you think Socrates would have got from his time at Arsenal?
I think he got quite a good reception, really, to be honest. I think that, yes, he wasn't a regular every single week, but when he did play, you could always see his passion, his determination, and his hunger. So I think he would have got a fairly good reception, to be honest.
Yeah, speaking of Socrates, he's just gone down a challenge with when he blocked Emil Smith-Rowe's shot there, and Smith-Rowe's also gone down, so there's a concern for both teams at this moment in time. We'll just watch this again as Smith-Rowe came forward. Mike, he had a strike which hit him in the knee, and then he come back and the ball hit him, Emil Smith-Rowe, in the face.
Yeah. It was a very good block, actually, from the big Greek the number 15 there, Socrates, of course, and I don't know, he's the one that looks more in pain, and of course that's what what happens when you throw your body at tackles like that. And I'm sure Eva probably dreamt about playing at the Emirates last night. He probably dreamt that he's going to last more than 4 or 5 minutes as well. So hopefully both of them are okay and able to continue.
Yes, the players are still down. We'll just have a check on all the other games that are ongoing right now for you guys, just to keep you abreast of what's happening in this game between Arsenal and Olympiacos. This game we're covering is currently 0-0 over in Dinamo Zagreb. It's Dinamo Zagreb 0, Arsenal's North London rivals Tottenham 0. Tottenham are leading 2-0, Arsenal leading 2-0 on aggregate in this game. Molde 0, Granada 0. Granada 2-0 up on aggregate, and Shakhtar Donetsk 0, Roma 0. Roma leading 3-0 on aggregate. Coming up later on Football Commentary Live, we have Manchester United's away trip to the San Siro against AC Milan.
And that's going to be a cracking game with Matt as well. I'm looking forward to that one. I think that the first leg last week was a real tasty game, wasn't it, as well? And I believe that either side could win it, really. Especially with the fact there's no fans anymore at the moment in grounds and stuff. It's and Man United have been playing very well lately as well, so they could easily go there and get a result, as Arsenal did actually at AC Milan 2 or 3 seasons back themselves in the competition.
Yes, currently 1-1 from the first leg in that game. Rangers also drawing 1-1 against Slavia Prague. They also kick off at 8. Villarreal beat Dynamo Kiev. There's also an 8 o'clock kick off. Villarreal 2-0 up. And Young Boys against Ajax, also an 8 o'clock kick-off. Ajax leading by 3 goals now. So we'll bring you up to date with all of those matches when we can and when we see the action unfold. Socrates' backup looks to be okay. Smith Rowe looks to be okay as well. Just
got a bit of a nosebleed. I think Smith Rowe, that's all it is there. And both of those two look fine, and they'll both continue. Which is good, of course. Yeah.
Yes, Fortuna's the captain for Olympiacos today. Down line he goes, and he's winning back, going by now, and Olympiacos trying to spread the ball out wide to his left, where Pepe steps for Arsenal. Now Nani. They're crossing to Granit Xhaka. Granit Xhaka coming forward, and it's over the top there. Lovely ball into Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. Aubameyang controls, ball across there to put him under a bit of pressure. Aubameyang hits it off a bar, and he watches the ball go out of play for a throw to Arsenal down on that far side, the left. And Tierney with the third to Aubameyang back to Tierney. Now he knocks it all the way back, and Arsenal being forced all the way back, from a promising position down on that left hand side, and be pulled off from Arsenal really to get forced to go all the way back to the goalkeeper and have to start again.
Yeah, it's a good play from Olympiacos though. Just looking beforehand, you can see Aubameyang was the man that had the ball in that sort of attacking third there for Arsenal, and we've not touched on his recall yet either after the weekend, have we? And it'd be interesting to see whether he comes into this game with a point to prove. Of course, he's the man that sent Arsenal through against Benfica as well, scoring that very late winner in that one. And of course, he's in again today after his disciplinary reasons that left him out on Sunday against Tottenham.
Yes, and I was about to come on to that next time we had a break in play and see if you think it was the right call to leave him out on Sunday after the final whistle. Do you think it was the right call from having to leave him out after Sunday, Mike? Because we just see Pepe trying to close him, but all of us got back to Saar in time.
I think you have to, really, if you're Mikel Arteta. Then, if it's something that's happened multiple times, or it's not the first time that it's happened, then it doesn't matter who he is, whether it's your captain, whether it's your talisman, whatever. They kind of have to, really, and it's the best way of setting an example to these younger players as well, and just basically sort of saying, well, it doesn't really matter who you are. If you break the rules, then we'll punish you. And at the end of the day, we got away with it by Lacazette starting the game and obviously getting the winning goal as well. Because Lacazette apparently was going to be the man on the bench, and Aubameyang would have started that game. And it's kind of come across as a bit of a masterstroke from Arteta in the end. But I'm sure he would have done his lessons, and he'll move on. And He started today, so obviously they've put it under. It's all water under the bridge. They've kind of put it to bed now. So
Yes, it's Kamara with possession into Villa, and Villa now controls on Alwide Fortune as the captain. Lovely crossfield pass out wide to this right hand side, where the ball comes in, looking towards the head of the Marousis there from. I think that might have been bargain for to put that ball in, or there was a good decent ball in there in the end, but also couldn't. There was Adjutursis who put the ball in their ball with the throw out for Olympiacos. Back to Saar and Olympiacos, Mike having a go as well, trying to cause also a few problems in the opening 10 minutes or so. Mike, would you agree with that statement?
yeah, for sure. I think they've started quite brightly. Really, Arsenal had a good couple of minutes at the very beginning, but Olympiacos have got a bit more confidence now and are growing into the game. And yes, going to make for an entertaining game. Of course, the next goal, if Olympiacos get the next goal, then everyone knows that Arsenal can get a bit cagey at times. So, as much as I said earlier on that if Arsenal were to go and get a goal or two, it could be almost game over. If Olympiacos get it, then, you probably see some more mistakes creeping into the Gunners again.
Yes, and what sort of reaction would you reckon from the fans on social media if Socrates were to get the goal, which would say if Arsenal are losing 2-0 and
Oh, don't even. I said this on a YouTube channel last week. I was on a YouTube channel that a friend of mine that I follow, one of the Arsenal guys, and I said, wouldn't it just be so Arsenal-like for Socrates to score the winner?
yeah.
And it's I would it would be worse than last season, and that says something.
Yeah, I was about to see what you thought of that situation. Arsenal currently 3-1 up on aggregate, guys. So if Olympiacos were to score 2 unanswered goals tonight, then potentially Arsenal will go through on away goals, but depends if if Olympiacos were to win 4-1 tonight, 3-1 tonight, extra time would be needed. But 4-2 tonight for Olympiacos with Socrates getting the fourth. That would put salt it amongst in the wounds for Arsenal, letting Socrates go back to Greece and then him coming back to score the winner. But Arsenal have just won a free kick foul on Kieran Tierney by Barr, arming the throw there as he tried to get past the right sided of the three centre backs for Olympiacos, and be interesting to see what sort of setup Arsenal can get from here, whether Arsenal can go on the end of it. They've got David Luiz, Gabriel in there, we've got Granit Xhaka in there, Bamiyang also in there as well of Arsenal. Smith Rowe's also in there as well now. There's
What I will
Ceballos looks
say,
to
can I
take
just come
it.
in and just say something there? That is exactly the same sort of foul that Eric Lamela got his second yellow card for. So why is the referee not giving him a yellow card then?
Mike, is one referee may see it as a second yellow card. One may not. It's all about opinions. As Aubameyang can't keep the ball in play over there. But like I was saying, Mike, the referee on Sunday must have thought it was a yellow card for Aubameyang. No,
Lamela,
Aubameyang,
yeah,
Lamela, should I say, to
yeah.
give him the second and game sent off. This referee must have thought he just fended him, tried to fend him off, but just caught him at the
I'm
same
not
time.
sure. I agree with that. If I'm honest, I think that's certainly got, like, in my opinion, that's a yellow. But
Yeah, but maybe just it all goes on what the referee interprets and whether I don't think VAR can get involved on fair
no,
shot
not on yellows.
yellows,
They can't. No.
but maybe if he's but they can get involved on mistaken identity and stuff like that. So maybe if
Yeah,
it books someone else, they maybe books Socrates for that, and it wasn't him. Then they could have got involved and said, "I'm going to wear Socrates." It was Bar.
yeah, true. And maybe it was because it was his first foul, possibly, or something like that as well. So it's early in the game. Yeah.
Yes, and we'll just have to see how it goes from there. As Olibas collects the ball now for Olympiacos, and he knocks it back to Envilla, who knocks the ball forward, and He's back with Olympiacos, who knocks the ball forward towards Fortuna, given away to David Luiz, and Arsenal have possession. Aubameyang tried to flick on towards Ceballos. Comes in now to Hector Bellerin. Now, just a quick question on Hector Bellerin. I know a few weeks ago when we were speaking, not on air, off air, in some of the chats we've had,
Yeah.
you,
Uh-huh.
you know that sort of keen on Bellerin. We'll come to that question in a moment. Is Arsenal on the attack with Smith Rowe, knocks it back to Granit Xhaka. Now El Nani back to Granit Xhaka. Xhaka wide to Tierney. Tierney round one, puts the ball in, looking towards Pepe, and then it's out for a throw to Arsenal. Just quickly, Mike, what's your thoughts on Bellerin starting ahead of, say, Cedric, for example, tonight?
I thought they've both been really good in the last couple of games. I thought Bellerin was one of the star players last week in the reverse fixture, and I thought Cedric had a really good game at the weekend. So they're both, vying for competition at the moment between the right back place or the right wing back place. And Nico Arteta's obviously just wants to rotate, and that's on him to, give Bellerin a fair shout as well. So, I'm not a massive Bellerin fan at the end of the day, but he was good last week. So if he can bring that into today's game, then that's it's obviously a bit of squad rotation that might work in our favour. So either way, that Cedric and Bellerin have both been really good in the last two games when they both played.
El Nani now for Arsenal. Back he goes to Gabriel. And now David Luiz keeping hold of possession for Arsenal. He is. Ball looking towards Nicola Pepe, who fetches it down well and wins a corner for Arsenal. Good ball that from David Luiz to pick out Nicola Pepe, and he was unlucky there. Pepe not to control it as Olabas. Jose Olabas come across to cut the ball out there, and good play there from Arsenal to get Pepe in behind there, Mike.
Yeah, and Arsenal were forced to go backwards originally as well, and then of course play the ball through to Nicola Pepe, and it was a great ball from David Luiz. I don't know. I don't know if he meant that to go directly to his foot there, but it did, and it was good touch there from Pepe, and obviously he's won the corner, and shows that sometimes if you go back to go forwards, it can work in your favour.
Yes, the corner wasn't the best though, Mike, and he's back with Leno again now, and Arsenal will build again from the back. Granit Xhaka now has possession inside the Arsenal half. Into Smith throw back to Granit Xhaka. Now El Nani. El Nani controls and out wide to Kieran on that far left hand touchline as we watch on. Arsenal controlling the ball well. It's Gabriel across to David Luiz. Now Bellerin. And forward it goes. Lovely ball through. Nicola Pepe chasing onto this. Pepe round the keeper. Nicola Pepe through the legs of the goalkeeper. Through the legs of Socrates, should I say, wide. And Nicola Pepe should have really scored there for Arsenal.
Yeah, that was
a
good play from Arsenal there. And you see that the great ball again, really, there. And Nicola Pepe does everything right, really, until the last sort of second or two. And he's going to be kicking himself that he didn't score that one. He really should be putting that one into the back of the net.
Yes, and if you look at this from this angle, Mike, he takes the deflection of Socrates' left foot and heel of the back there, which made it go the wrong side of the post. Otherwise, I think it would have probably been 1-0 to the Arsenal, as fans would normally think. It's the best with the corner. It was Gabriel who's headed saved by Salah there. Good header from Gabriel from the corner, Mike.
Yeah, it's a good play there from Gabriel. Of course, he got Arsenal's goal last week to make it 2-1 as well, didn't he? And that's what Gabriel can do going forward. He's a threat in the air sometimes from these set pieces.
Yes, just latest scores from around the grounds. Dinamo Zagreb 0, Tottenham 0, 2-0 to Tottenham on aggregate as Smith Rowe keeps the ball in and wins a throw for Arsenal, which Tini will take. Mold 0, Granada 0, Granada 2-0 up on aggregate. Shakhtar Donetsk 0, Roma 0, Roma 3-0 up on aggregate. It's the latest scores in all of these other early kickoffs, which kicked off at 5-6 this evening. As Arsenal lose possession, Suarez it back for Olympiacos. Good play from Olympiacos so far. It'll be interesting to see how this game ends as Olympiacos just fire over there through El Arabi. And now we spoke about him earlier on in the programme, and he's caused Arsenal problems there. Again, running through after getting the ball not played through to him, and he ran through. No one picked him up, threw on goal, and he really should be scoring there. But you have to say, fantastic save by the knee of Ben Leno in the Arsenal goal.
Yeah, it was a route one ball from the goalkeeper, wasn't it, as well? And then Leno there, fantastic save. And it's a long ball from the goalkeeper. It's caught Arsenal at sixes and sevens really defensively, and it's just basically a direct ball, direct punt upfield really. And that's El Arabi. What he can do is in good goal scoring form for Olympiacos and especially against Arsenal as well. And it would have been 1-0 there, but for the knee of Bernd Leno.
Yes, and also tried to break quickly, but the Olympiacos have got men back in defence. And then we was just couldn't keep the ball in play, and Arsenal have possession back. But Arsenal, very unlucky there, as Mike mentioned, and I should say very lucky there, Arsenal, unlucky for Olympiacos and El Arabi, who has already scored against Arsenal this season in the competition. We're bringing you live commentary of the Europa League last 16 second leg between Arsenal and Olympiacos at the Emirates. Arsenal 0, Olympiacos 0, Arsenal 3-1 upon aggregate. You just see that chance again, and lovely run through from El Arabi. No one picked him up. Well, fantastic stop by Ben Leno's knee to keep Arsenal in this time. Arsenal are fortunate not to be behind there as Oleg comes forward, down, knocks it back, and is out of play for a throw to the Gunners. And El Arabi very unlucky not to get on the score sheet already for Olympiacos tonight in this game. You're listening to the home of alternative commentary, the football commentary live.
This suits Arsenal though, and Olympiacos are going to want to go for it, and it's actually quite good really because it actually means that they might be a bit more open at the back. And you saw just a minute ago that was a very sloppy ball there from midfield, and if they're going to do things like that, then of course they might end up making mistakes themselves and giving Arsenal possession. And as it stands, of course, the scoreline suits Arsenal, but the longer the game goes on, the more Olympiacos are going to have to push forward as well, and Arsenal can hit them on the counter.
Yes, and I thought Kamara there, man, was very unlucky not to go in the book for a late challenge on Bellerin there, but Arsenal just gets away with it, and just a talking to and a free kick to Arsenal, which they've taken very, very quickly. And now Arsenal, with Granit Xhaka, will look to come forward with Gabriel now down the line onto Denis Ceballos, who couldn't pick out a teammate there, and that's a poor pass from Denis Ceballos in the end, Mike. And I see you've had a few rants about him in the past few weeks. Do you reckon it's time for him to maybe leave the club now and go back to Arsenal, or not go back to Arsenal, go back to the Real Madrid where he's on loan from, or would you like to see him stay next season if he can improve on his work, Mike? Because I know you've
I'd like him to go back. I think that that ball there, if you just look at that, I don't know who he's aiming for. There's nobody up that that end of the field, and he just punted it out for a goal kick. And it was him that made the two mistakes against Benfica as well, of course. And there's reasons behind why I've been a bit frustrated with him in recent weeks. And I'd probably I probably wouldn't have had him for this season. In fact, although he did do a couple of good things at the end of last season against Sheffield United, for example, and things like that. But I do believe that Arsenal were in there, and that was a good opportunity.
Good chance from Aubameyang. Yeah, good chance from Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang after being played through from the man we've just been talking about, Denis Ceballos. And he looked like he should have been a corner to us, but he wasn't given as a throw. But he looked as though
it looked like Gabriel caught his man. Was it El Arabi as well, just before?
Yeah, to play into Ceballos and then into Aubameyang. But it looked as though, to me, from the Aubameyang chance, which we saw, that Saw got a fingertip to it, and he should have been a corner. But I'll come back to that moment in a moment as Arsenal give possession away through. And then get it back, but then give the ball away again as Socrates knocks it back to Sobo. Did you think that Aubameyang chance was a save by Saw?
I couldn't really tell, to be honest. I thought it was probably just ahead of the goalkeeper's gloves. So I think it was probably the right call to give it as a goal kick. I don't think the goalkeeper. I think he was trying to get to it, but he was just above him anyway, so he didn't need to.
Yes, as Villa knocks the ball out wide to Barrow, comes forward now, does Barrow into Socrates, the former Arsenal man, the Greek international, as we mentioned, plays a lovely ball out wide, looking to find Oleg, who can't get there. As an header from Bellerin goes out for a throw. Oleg will tail the throw here on this near side. Oleg Ribikic, who will look to launch it long into the penalty area. And he's all the way through with no one flicks it on there. Bellerin actually clear, helped out by Pepe, and then Aubameyang trying to get the ball clear, but Socrates, with the help of Kamara, gets it back for Olympiacos, who now finds Jose Olabas, who knocks the ball forward looking for Arabi, who can't pick up, and Arabi does, but then he's back there to do some fantastic defending, who was helped out by David Luiz back to Ben Leno. Socrates with the ball forward. And then Arsenal give the ball away. Fortunas gives the ball away, trying to pick out Masuras there, but he can't. And now the Andrew Tursas keeps possession, and Arsenal with Barr having to do some chasing here, Arsenal, to keep Olympiacos from being made. Looking at the opening 26 minutes, what have you made to the game so far?
Yeah, so far, as I said before, it's been a very cagey game. Arsenal started brightly in the first few minutes, and then Olympiacos have made it a bit more competitive and they've grown into it. And the best chance is probably, well, not even probably, the best chance has gone to them.
Yes, and as you said, that best chance was through El Arabi, who scored last week, who scored last season as well, who could have probably scored again. And so for Arsenal need to wake up a bit defensively and to make sure that chance doesn't a similar chance.
As I said before, again. It was a route one ball as well, just directly all the way from the goalkeeper to the centre forward there, and it caught Arsenal out. I don't know whether it was Gabriel or David Luiz or the pair of them there, that weren't switched on, and you can't say it's a communication barrier with them both being Brazilian, can you? But it was a very simple ball from the goalie, and it just found the man, and he should be scoring as well, El Arabi there, and the form he's in against Arsenal as well. It's quite surprising that he didn't, apart from obviously Blackburn making a great save.
Olabas with the ball forward, can't pick out a man there from Olympiacos' point of view. Olympiacos 51% possession compared to Arsenal's 49% as we come towards the half-hour mark in this game. 27 minutes gone in the first half. Arsenal 0, Olympiacos 0. Listen to the Football Commentary Live, the home of alternative commentary here this Thursday evening. Don't forget you can follow us on Twitter. Our Twitter handle is Commentary Live 1. Why not visit our Facebook page? The best way to follow Football Commentary Live and see what we're doing is facebook.com/footcomlive.
We'll just having a look at just some stats here as well from past meetings between Arsenal and Olympiacos in all competitions. Champions
We'll come back to that in a minute, Mike, because Fortunas is on the break now for Olympiacos. Balls in towards a penalty. El Arabi's there. Brings it down. Trying to get through. Bellerin's across there, but it's only fouls. Oleg now. Oleg back. Fortunas again, the captain. Still going now. He's come to Envia. Ball across towards the Andrunas, who picks up the loose ball back into Barr, and Olympiacos seem to be on the front foot once again. Magla, they have been majority of this game. As we'll come back to what you were going to say in a minute as Kamara gives the ball away. And Arsenal now have through Granit Xhaka. Now Dennis Ceballos, now Hector Bellerin coming forward. But Oleg is back there to do some fantastic defending for Olympiacos, mate. Good work. So
that's right, yeah. What I was saying was in regards to the Champions League and the Europa League, it's very mixed for Arsenal against Olympiacos. There's been some good results for both sides, really. And let's just have a look here in regards to some of those fixtures, which I'll run you through in a short while, actually. But of course, everyone remembers the game last week and last season. But there was and of course the reverse game at the Olympiacos as well with Lacazette scoring. But there's plenty of other games in there where Arsenal, they won 3-0 at Olympiacos back in 2015, for example, with the Chelsea man Olivier Giroud getting a hat-trick that day, and then they actually lost Olympiacos 3-2 in Group F that season as well, with Walcott and Sanchez scoring. So it's a very mixed bag for Arsenal against the Greek counterpart.
Yes, as now is Envia. Now our wide to Oleg. Oleg with the brilliant ball in. El Arabi's in there. Comes away now to Envia. Envia back. It goes to Olabas on to Socrates, the former Arsenal man. Now is Kamara. Kamara controls well. Out wide it goes to Thanis Adrutos. Now is with Kamara again, and Kamara controlling possession. Well in now to Olabas. Olabas has got Oleg out wide of him if he wants to use him, but instead he uses the man inside, which is Envia, and now is back with Kamara. Envia again. Just keeping all the possession here is Olympiacos at this moment in time. Just coming up towards the 31st minute of this game here on Football Commentary Live. It's Fortunas with the ball out wide. Lovely control down the line. And across there now is to Bar. Bar in towards Oleg. Oleg again. He played from Envia. Oleg with the cross. Cleared away again by Arsenal. But not clear as they like. As Olympiacos will come again with Olabas. Now it's Envia. Envia with the ball looking towards El Arabi. David Luiz heads away this time. Now El Nani can get the ball clear for Arsenal. On to Aubameyang. And now Kieran Tierney. And a bit of pressure there from Olympiacos, Mike. Arsenal have to do some last-ditch defending there.
Yeah, and that's great from Olympiacos. Good play, good delivery in as well. And Gabriel obviously was the man who got his foot to it originally, and then it was back with Olympiacos again. And it's pressure from the Greeks at the moment. And it was David Luiz that time, the other Brazilian, and Mohamed El Neni, helping to tidy it up there as well. Of course, El Neni was mentioned in Arsenal's press conference yesterday, I believe it was as well, as the Egyptian Messi. I don't know what your thoughts on that are. Different position, and I think El Neni's only scored like 2 or 3 goals for Arsenal, not 400 plus like Messi has, and it was quite a weird message that they put out there about Mohamed El Neni and apparently a nickname that he's got within Arsenal.
Yes, we'll come back. I'll come to that point in a minute, Marcus. Fortunas with the ball in. Gabriel heads clear for Arsenal this time. El Nani, who was doubly Egyptian, Lionel Messi there. The Egyptian Messi down the line. He goes up towards Aubameyang, who Socrates just to tidy up, and so he's back. And I don't know where that come from, Mac. He's not, like I say, he's not played 400 plus games for Arsenal. He's not scored over 100 plus goals for Arsenal either. I don't know where they've got Egyptian Messi come from, because, like I said, play different positions, plus not scored as many goals or have not played as many matches. But
it's a weird one, to be honest. I think it's just I don't know. It's something that come out in Arsenal's press yesterday, and I'm sure he loves being in the same bracket as Lionel Messi, but by far different players altogether. Of course, everyone knows how fantastic Lionel Messi is, and the conversations that everyone has surrounding him and Cristiano Ronaldo, etc., for who the best player in the world is. And Mohamed El Neni, I think it's basically just on the back of the fact he scored that 1 goal last week. It's now apparently a thing that he's the Egyptian Messi when he scored that 1 goal. And it's I'm baffled, to be honest.
Yeah, the quarter-final draw for this competition is tomorrow at midday. The Champions League quarter-finals, we had some Champions League matches last week with John Kane. The quarter-final draw for that is also tomorrow. That's at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, so we'll post the draws out on our social media channels. Just follow us over there to keep up to date with that. And we've had a comment in, Mike, as well from Stuart Ray. He says, El Nani, the Egyptian Messi, and then started laughing at that. And that's our opinions as well, Stuart.
Exactly, Stuart, yeah. It's, we agree with you there, Stuart, as well.
Thank you for tuning in, mate. Thank you for getting your opinions across and to us. Stu, we very much appreciate the comments that we get from our listeners this evening and every time we're on air, really as well. There's been
Yeah,
a
for sure.
goal
Yeah.
in the Mold game. Mold are 1-0 up against Granada. Jesus Valajo on 29 minutes is a 2-1 lead now for Granada in that one. Arsenal with a free kick now in
That
the
was
one
good
that,
play as well from Arsenal, I thought, to get the ball
yeah, where
forward there.
they've played it inside to Kimitini across to Hector Bellerin, trying to work an opening. Bellerin cuts inside. Still going Hector Bellerin. Oleg, I guess past Oleg and Bellerin wins a throw for Arsenal. That's a good bit of play from Arsenal there, mate.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good bit of play to win the free kick originally as well. It's whipped in by, was it Danny Ceballos in the end, or was it Pepe? I couldn't see who it was out of the two, but it was a good ball in. It was Nicola Pepe left it for Ceballos, didn't he? And then gave it to Tierney. And it was a good build up there from Arsenal. Hector Bellerin played really well there as well. Took on a couple of men there, and I thought he was going to go on a marauding run and smash it top corner, but it's good defending from Olympiacos in the end. But that's where Bellerin is good, when he does things like that and going forward. Sometimes he's a bit hit and miss on the defensive side, but when he's going forward, he can be a little bit brighter than Cedric at times.
Yes, as Saw picks up possession, and we've got Arsenal winning the possession back as Ceballos plays the ball forward. Aubameyang back to Ceballos. Then it's Ceballos onside into Smith Rowe. Edge of the penalty area, Smith Rowe crowded out, and Olympiacos can now break away here now. But Hector Bellerin wins the ball back for Arsenal. David Luiz, Mohamed El Nani, El Arabi appealing for a foul there, but nothing given from the Spanish referee. Carlos Del Cerro Grande. There is Arsenal.
And that would have been, if Arsenal were to go on and score from that, that would have been Olympiacos' downfall as well, because they gave the ball away in a very dangerous area there. A bit like what Arsenal did last week, actually, when El Arabi scored. And it was a simple ball that, could have easily just found his man, but rather than actually looking up and giving it directly to a blue shirt, he was very sloppy with it and gave it to an Arsenal shirt. And maybe a bit, if there's Arsenal a little bit sharper there, then they could have gone in and maybe made that 1-0.
Yes, and Gabriel just couldn't pick out the run of Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang there for Arsenal on the left-hand side. They've got Lacazette, and I wonder who that other one is there, Mike, on the bench. Was that Martinelli, would you say? I think there is.
So it was Lacazette, and I think it was, I couldn't see, let's have a look. Just because I'm slightly behind you at the moment. So it was actually Lacazette and, let's see, because it's just showing me Gabriel now. It was Lacazette and I think it was Martinelli. Let's see. It's just no, it was actually no, it was Pablo Mari. Sorry,
Pablo Mari. It looked as Lou Martinelli at first for me, my ball.
No,
just for clearing up his horse. That's Aubameyang. So the Olympiacos coming forward now on this near side. On the far side, should have said, but they've been forced back, and now ball controls possession. And we bring Olabas to Oleg. Oleg down to Olabas. And Olabas will play it inside to Envir. Now across to Bow, coming forward over on that far side. Down the line it goes into Bar. And now Socrates, the former Arsenal man. And Mike, what do you reckon to Socrates' performance there so far on his return to the Emirates?
he's not had a lot to do defensively apart from that one block. As that's all that you can really say he's done in this game so far. Because Arsenal haven't threatened, massively just yet. Excuse me.
Yes, as ball comes forward again. Now it's out wide with Androtusas, who keeps possession for Olympiacos, and now Socrates again. If you've just joined us, you're listening to the home of alternative commentary. This is Football Commentary Live, and It's Arsenal against Olympiacos. We've played 39 minutes and it's in the first half. Arsenal 0, Olympiacos 0. Arsenal leading 3-1 on aggregate. Don't forget you can follow Football Commentary Live on Twitter. Our Twitter handle is Commentary Live 1. When I visit our Facebook page, the best way to follow Football Commentary Live, go to facebook.com/footcomlive.
I was just looking in regards to Socrates there a moment ago. He just had the ball as well. He actually made 44 appearances for Arsenal over 3 years. I didn't even think it was that many, to be honest.
Yes, it's Arsenal with Fortunas having to do a bit of defending now. Arsenal with Fortunas picking up possession, but Olympiacos going well so far in this first half. I suppose into El Arabi on the left hand side of the penalty area, holds up. Far side penalty area, I suppose in towards Masaurus in there, and Smith can't keep it from going behind for a corner to Olympiacos, and Olympiacos beginning to put some pressure on now for Arsenal, Mike.
Yeah, well, they've got to really, haven't they, going into half time. If they're to get a goal now, then it makes for a real entertaining second half. And Arsenal are holding up very well at the moment defensively, but as I said before, they're certainly prone to making a mistake here or there. But that was a good header from Kieran Tierney, and Smith Rowe couldn't keep it in. But Kieran Tierney there is, and another fantastic talent that we've not really touched on in this first half, because he hasn't really done a lot going forward as he did against Benfica, where he scored that goal. But he is certainly up there for one of Arsenal's star signings at the moment.
Yes, as Andrew noticed, has won a free kick for Olympiacos. There was a arm in the back to the back of his head from Nicola Pepe as the Arsenal man trying to get away from his man to get forward for the Gunners. But
yeah, it certainly was a foul as well there from Pepe. He didn't need to do that.
Pepe wondering why it was given as a free kick, but maybe that's why as Olympiacos having to get back to do some defending as Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang's charging forward. Lovely ball into Nicola Pepe. But lovely challenge there. I'm not sure who that was from. I think he could have been Maroussa Spad there. I think it was Maroussa Spad there to do some fantastic defending. And it was as Arsenal almost caught at Olympiacos there, Mike.
Yeah, and of course, just before that, Olympiacos had that ball as well from the corner that was whipped in. It was a great break from Arsenal. Aubameyang there, and Pepe's in acres of space. Good ball from Aubameyang through to him, and it was really good tackle, really good defending there. Not once, but twice as well. I think it was Jan and Villa sliding in to block Arsenal from countering even further as well.
Yes, and it was Maroussas as well who got back to help out and Villa there, Mike, and Kamara, who seemed to be playing a bit deeper tonight than what they were last week over in Greece, which unfortunately we couldn't bring you the commentary of that last week as Olympiacos against Arsenal is 0-0. 43 minutes on the clock as coming up towards half time. And by looking at the action so far and the stoppages that we've had today, how many minutes would you say we'll probably get at the end of the first half? I'm going to say possibly one, maybe two.
Yeah, I was thinking one, to be honest. There hasn't been an awful lot of stoppages in play, so no substitutions, no real injuries or anything like that, so I'm just going to stick at one, yeah.
There were that little chance earlier when Smith Rowe and Socrates went down early on, where Smith Rowe was treated for blood and nose and Socrates on his ankle, but apart from that, there's been no real stoppages, like you said, Michael. Some of that, maybe one there, maybe two, depending on how long it took him to get off after being treated. As Fortunas comes away with it for Olympiacos, but can't pick out all edges. Pepe's bundled off the ball there by Olabas and wins a free kick in front of Mikel Arteta, who was the Arsenal man who appealed to that. Pepe was looking as well, but I don't think he actually put his arms up to appeal to the referee. Let's have a look here. He just fell down looking towards him. And Arteta helped to get that free kick through Arsenal, but it was a free kick. And then I to Gabriel, and Arsenal will push through. Looking at the first half, Mike, if he goes into 0-0 at half time, which manager would you say would be the happier of the two? Would you say it'd be Mikel Arteta of Arsenal, or would it be Pedro Martins of Olympiacos?
It's got to be Mikel Arteta because yes, they've had that chance through Al Arabi, but Leno made that fantastic save to deny him with the knee, and Arsenal were going to go into the second half still with that 3-1 lead from the first leg, and as I said before, Olympiacos are going to have to really come at Arsenal, maybe in the final 20 minutes if the score remains the same, or if Arsenal get an early goal in the second half. But surely it's got to be Mikel Arteta who is the happier at the break.
Yes, whereas we have just entered 2 minutes of stoppage time, 10 seconds of that has been played. Is Arsenal 0, Olympiacos 0, 3-1 to Arsenal on aggregate in this game. Molde leading 1-0 at half time against Granada in their Europa League last 16 second leg tie. Granada 2-1 up on aggregate. They were 2-0 from the first leg. All the other games are currently goalless. On the night, we'll bring you up to date with all the scores at half time from the 6 o'clock kickoffs and keep you bang up to date with all of the games this evening, and we'll round out later with the overall results from these kickoffs and then the ones at 8 o'clock as well, the 5 to 8 kickoffs as well. But at the moment, Arsenal 0-0, 3-1 up on aggregate as El Arabi's in behind here. The Arsenal defence holds up is held by Gabriel, but El Arabi still with possession. And he gives the ball away to Ceballos. And Dennis Ceballos will to break for Arsenal. Ceballos goes down but keeps hold of possession. Wins a free kick. Taken quickly as Granit Xhaka now coming for Arsenal into Dennis Ceballos. Arsenal want to get a goal just before the break here. Dennis Ceballos into the penalty area, Dennis Ceballos. Edge of the box. Jamil Smith-Rowe. Effort is saved by Saar, and a good effort there from Saar in the end from Smith-Rowe's effort, Mike Orneman.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was good play there from Ceballos to break up the play, and then of course he brings the ball into midfield, takes runs his man, and wins the free kick as well, which he plays quickly to who did he play that to? Granit Xhaka, I think it was, and he gets it back from him, doesn't he? And then really good play there from the Spaniard, and very unfortunate from Smith-Rowe. Good effort and a good save for the goalkeeper in the end.
Yes, and Marousis' ball in towards the penalty area, which was headed clear by, I think it was Gabriel in the end, out for a throw. But there was no time to take that throw in as we now have entered the half-time break here in this game at the Emirates between Arsenal and Olympiacos. 0-0 is the scoreline. 3-1 to Arsenal on aggregate. And Mike, your thoughts on the first half?
Yeah, I thought it's been a very good game actually. Very competitive from Olympiacos. They've certainly shown they're no mugs and should be 1-0 up in their first half here through El Arabi's effort as well. Arsenal have had a couple of half chances and good opportunities on the break, but bar one or two efforts, I think Aubameyang had one just over the bar, and I think there might have been another one or two as well. Arsenal haven't really created too much going forward in terms of clear-cut chances, but the scoreline certainly still remains in Arsenal's favour at the moment, and Olympiacos are going to have to come out second half and really go on the front foot for the remaining 45 minutes and see if they can get themselves a few goals and really put the pressure on Arsenal.
Yes, and in the other game tonight, Dinamo Zagreb 0, Tottenham 0, Tottenham 2-0 up on aggregate. And Tottenham, Mike, North London rivals, looks like Arsenal, as it stands, are going through as well, 3-1 on aggregate. Tottenham 2-0 up on aggregate, looks like they're going through as well, Mike. And if you look at that, and Shakhtar Donetsk 0, Roma 0, Roma 3-0 up on aggregate, by the way, in that game as well, Mike. But Arsenal and Tottenham going through. If they were both to get through come the end of 90 minutes in around about an hour's time, Mike, would you say, or would you, what I'm going to ask you is, would you want Arsenal to play Tottenham in the next round, or would you rather Arsenal save them for the final?
I'd love it if it was the final. I think that would be fantastic for an all-English final, an all-London final, North London derby final. It would be brilliant. It really would be for the competition, for English football, for for everything really. So I want to avoid them until the latter stages. The final, at very least the semi-final.
Yes, and while it's half time here in this one, we'll just look ahead to the later kick-off involving the two British sides, shall we say, with Man United away at AC Milan and Rangers return to
Rangers,
Slavia Prague. And
yeah.
both scores are 1-1 on aggregate. Mike, look at the Man United one first of all, and there's going to be no Zlatan Ibrahimovic. He's injured for this game from news I've been told. And who do you think will come out on top in this game? Do you reckon Man United will come out on top, or would you reckon be AC Milan? Because if I just run you through the last few results, the beat for AC Milan 1-1 with Red Star Belgrade, 1-2-1 against Roma, 1-1 against Udinese, 2-0 win against Verona, 2-1 win against Roma as well, 1-1 against Manchester United in the first leg, Napoli, and they lost to Napoli last time. Man United, 0-0 with Real Sociedad, 0-0 with Chelsea, 0-0 with Crystal Palace, beat Man City 2-0, 1-1 with AC Milan in the first leg, and beat West Ham 1-0 last time out, Mike. But away today against AC Milan, one defeat in their last few matches. Man United unbeaten in their last 5. AC Milan, one defeat in their last 5. How do you see that game going, Mike?
I think it's going to be a really close game, and both of those sides are really, really good sides. There, got some real talent on show for both teams. Maybe if there were fans, you'd look at AC Milan with home advantage, but of course that's blown out of the water now completely through the COVID pandemic. But I'd still probably put them as slight favourites, to be honest, being on familiar turf, what they know. Sort of and play on week in, week out, or every couple of weeks, I should say. So I'd put them as slight favourites, AC Milan, as much as, of course, it'd be great to see another English side progress, as it looks like Arsenal and Tottenham at the moment are both going to be doing.
Yes, and we've just got another commenting here, watching on via the Periscope link from Giggs. She says, "Good evening to us both." Good evening, Giggs. Hopefully you're doing okay this evening, and thank you for tuning in to me and Mike this evening. Hopefully you enjoy the coverage.
And Stuart there as well, saying he's going to be tuning in on a more regular basis, so that's always good to have somebody say that.
Yes, and hopefully you enjoying the coverage.
And no, Stuart, we don't have Instagram, not yet anyway.
Yes, we don't have Instagram just yet. So we're interested to see how the second half goes, Mike. If you were to push, if I were to push you for a result tonight, which way do you see it going?
I think Arsenal will come out stronger in the second half, and I think there's goals to be got for Arsenal as well. When Olympiacos really start to push on and actually try and get the goal or two that they need to give Arsenal a bit more of a nervy end. I think Arsenal, they're going to score in this second half, and then it means that Olympiacos have to come out and they've got to score at least 3 to take it to extra time, which I don't see them doing.
Yes, who do you reckon is going to score for Arsenal, Matt? Do you reckon Aubameyang will go on the score sheet today?
I'd like to see Aubameyang on the back of course, what happened on Sunday, where he was left out. So it'd be great if he was the man to send Arsenal through. Of course, on the back of last season as well, where he, missed that last second opportunity for Arsenal, which would have sent them through in this fixture. So I'm sure he's probably got a point to prove, not just for this weekend just gone, but he'd like to get himself a goal just to put that one to bed a bit as well.
Yes, and looking ahead to the next few league games for Arsenal as well, Mike, we'll just have a touch upon those league games that Arsenal have got.
West Ham, Liverpool, Sheffield United, Fulham and Everton, the next 5,
Yes, out to those matches that you've got coming up, Mike, where do you reckon the points are going to come from for Arsenal?
So West Ham away is a tricky place to go to. They've done very well this season to be right up there, and Liverpool, at home, they haven't really got a great home record this season, but they've got a fairly good record against Arsenal. But I could see Arsenal maybe getting a result there at home to Liverpool. Sheffield United away, you'd hope that Arsenal would get a win. Fulham at home, the same as well. And then Everton at home, it's a tricky tie, a tricky game because they're obviously on form as well. They've got some real top players, Dominic Calvert-Lewin, Richarlison, etc. And I'd probably say out of that five, I'd be happy with probably 10 points from those five fixtures.
Yes, and if you were to get 10 points, Mike, out of those next five fixtures, you'd be in the league, you'd be put on 51 points, which,
Yeah.
if results were to go your way, you'd be level on, and other teams around you drop points. Chelsea don't pick up points as well in their running. You'd be level on points with Chelsea going into the final few games.
Yeah, we've got Chelsea to play away as well, yeah.
Great next few seasons. And then if you were to want to beat Chelsea and then you go above them, and do you reckon Arsenal have a chance of being in the Champions League next season, Mike, or do you reckon it'll be a tall order for Champions League football, and do you reckon it'll be probably Europa League again? Arsenal will get.
So through the league, I think it's nigh on impossible for Arsenal to get through and move up those positions into the top four. But through the Europa League, anything can happen. Of course, there's plenty of good teams in there with Ajax and Tottenham and potentially Milan or Man United, whoever wins that one. Rangers as well. There's I think the other Milan was it Inter Milan. Did they get knocked out?
Yes, it's Roma the other.
Sorry, Roma, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Roma, they're another threat. Of course, Villarreal under Emery as well. Imagine if it's not Arsenal or Tottenham in the final. Imagine if it's Arsenal against Unai Emery. And that would be, of course, Emery's side. When he was at Sevilla, they won it a couple of times, didn't they? And, of course, he was the man in charge of Arsenal when they lost it beforehand. But it'd be interesting to see that one and what happens there. But, there's plenty of sides in this Europa League, but Arsenal, are as good as many of them, really, if not any of them. And, if they can get a couple of more positive results in these next couple of fixtures in the league, then you never know what might happen in the league. But for me, you've really got to focus on the Europa League because that is Arsenal's best way into the Champions League for next year.
Yes, and also, Mike, if you want to get up into the Champions League next year, like say Europa League, but say if you don't win the Europa League and you get into Europa League next season, say if you don't win a trophy this season, cause you're in the FA Cup no more, so to point that out, Mike. Don't mean to rub salt in your wounds there, Mike. We're no longer in it. My team, Leeds United, aren't in it anymore either. But no longer in the FA Cup. You don't win the Europa League, say you go out tonight, or go out in the next round.
Yeah.
Don't finish in Europe next season. Do you reckon Arteta will be gone in the summer, or do you reckon it'll be a chance to get through just playing league and domestic cup competitions
You've asked
next
me
season?
the worst possible question, Russ. Mikel Arteta has a process. Whether you believe in the process or not, he's going to be at Arsenal for the next few years. He's started to get rid of the dead wood. Some of these, Mesut Ozil, Socrates, Torreira, Guendouzi, some of the others as well. Because there'll be more that leave this summer, no doubt. But you asked me a dreaded question there. Do I think Mikel Arteta will stay? Yes. Do I think he should stay, even on the back of if we were to win the Europa League? No, because I didn't want him in the first place, but that's just me.
Yes, and Mike, say if Arteta does leave in the summer,
yeah,
which managers that are out there at this moment in time, or there could be a manager managing at another club at this moment in time as well, which manager would you like to see come in and replace Mikel Arteta at Arsenal next season?
I've always been in the Allegri camp. I've always liked to see Allegri at Arsenal. I thought he'd be a good fit, and I can't really look at anyone else other than him, really. People were saying about Mourinho when he was without a club. I'm glad we didn't go for him. There's a couple of other names that have been mentioned, Rafa Benitez and guys like that as well. Who, yeah, he's a good manager. He's done well at Newcastle. He did well. He's doing well in China. He's done well in France. But that's one that potentially could be looked at as a short-term one. But as a long-term, I've always wanted Allegri as Arsenal manager. And Carlo Ancelotti was one I looked at, when the things were going around a few years back as well. He was one that potentially could have been in the reckoning. And I'm kind of, looking at how Everton have played this season and what they've done. It's a little bit of a shame that we missed out on him as well.
Yes, I think with Carlo Ancelotti, should I say, man, not Claudio Bravo, who's the Man City goalkeeper, I was going to say.
Yeah.
with Carlo Ancelotti, I think reason why he probably didn't come to Arsenal, I'm not sure whether you would agree with this statement or not, Mike, but I think probably one of the reasons why he didn't come to Arsenal is because Arsenal may not have offered it, may not have said to him, right, we're not going to give you any money to strengthen this summer.
Yeah.
We're using the players that we got last season plus a few players from the youth team, which is what mainly you're doing. Yeah, you've got, and you may have to go through, get, if you want any players, you'll be coming in on loan, whereas he'd want to go out, get with the cash available, buying the players rather than loan them in, Mike. And do you reckon that could be a possibility of why he went to Everton rather than to us? Or maybe Everton said, "Look, we've got how much money we've got to spend. This is how much money this is how much money we've got. This is how much money you can get. You've got to spend this window, and this is how much you've got to spend next window. Then we'll see where we are going on to next season." Whereas I also said this season it's going to be loans till we get rid of the likes of Ozil, which you've done now, and a few other of the deadwood out of the door. And then next season you may have funds. Do you think that's the reason why he's now gone to Arsenal and he went to Everton in the finish?
I'm not too sure really whether that's played a part in it. Of course, Mikel Arteta, I think Arsenal wanted him anyway beforehand when he was at Manchester City when Emery came. There's a couple of reasons maybe behind that, but I believe that if Arsenal are a big club. I'm not just saying that as an Arsenal fan. We're a big club, not just nationally but internationally. We've got a worldwide fan base. And we should be able to attract big name managers and big name players as well.
Yes, and I'm just looking at the overall times for Olympiacos against Arsenal, Mike,
Yeah.
and his 11 wins, 11 games played, 6 wins for Arsenal, 5 defeats.
That's right.
There's been 19 goals scored by Arsenal, 14 by Olympiacos. Do you reckon in that situation, do you reckon Arsenal will add to the 19 goals for this evening, or do you reckon Olympiacos will add to their 14 goals that they've already scored against the Gunners?
Honestly, I reckon both teams will add to it. I can see both teams scoring in this half, but I think that I think that the scoreline come the end of it will favour Arsenal this time around. I said 2-1 beforehand, and I'm going to stick with that. So I think there's been obviously a great first leg, and it's gone in favour of Arsenal. But I see it being a 2-1 victory for Arsenal this time out, with plenty of goals in the second half and quite a lot of action as well. We'll see what happens. But I think that both teams will add to that tally anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the second half does get going in a moment as we get almost ready for kick-off here this evening again in the second half. We're just waiting for the players on the pitch back out and ready now. Just waiting for kick-off. Just wait for the word from the referee, and then we will get underway. Looking ahead to the second half, Mike, what do you reckon the final score will be?
I said 2-1 Arsenal, yeah.
No, it's made so 2-1 Arsenal. Do you reckon Arsenal will get a chance to score?
Yeah,
Early on?
I reckon there's going to be an opportunity fairly early on for Arsenal. But Aubameyang was just in there, just coming up against Bar, and he's just won a throw in there, just at the first minute of that second half.
Yes, and good play from Aubameyang there, Mike.
Yeah, it was good defending from Bar as well, though. It was actually won a corner ball, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a corner, Mike. Yeah, you look like you couldn't really tell whether it was a corner or a throwing, Mike. To be fair,
right, yeah. And then Pepe from that corner there gets the ball, so he gets the ball back. I think it was Danny Ceballos, and he's tried to play it down the line, and it's just gone behind for a goal kick, hasn't it? So Andrautis got a book in there as well, right at the start of that half.
Yes, probably for the challenge leading up to that, Mike, into that situation.
All right, it's just a goal kick with a goalkeeper now then.
Yes, goal kick which will be taken by Sol. We'll run you through the teams in a moment. If I were doing now as in a moment as El Arabi just wins the header there for Olympiacos, comes to Fortunas, who strikes just wide of the post there, Mike. Good effort there from Fortunas.
Yeah, it was a good effort, good play from Olympiacos, and on the edge of the box there, I thought that David Luiz could have defended that better. And Arabi just shoved him over or sort of nudged him in the back. I think David Luiz wanted the free kick, and then it was a good effort from Fortunas there. He just sort of dragged it wide of the goal past Leno's post, didn't he? So good play from Olympiacos there, but not troubling Leno, so I'm sure he's happy to be dealing with them all night.
Yes, and we'll just run you through the teams again. For Arsenal, it's Leno, Bellerin, Tierney, Gabriel, Ceballos, Aubameyang, Pepe, Luiz, Elneny, Smith Rowe, Xhaka. For Olympiacos, it's Sarr, Kamara, and Villa. For Tunis, El Arabi, and Drutas, who's on a booking now. Socrates, Marusa, Bar, Olabas, and Olegas. For Tunis, puts the ball across, gets it back, and he's won a corner there for Olympiacos on 48 minutes, mate. Good play there.
Yeah, see, they've come out firing. I think obviously their managers, Pedro Martins, has got into them at the break and have said, let's really try and take the game to Arsenal. And they've really, done that in the opening minute or two there of this second half.
They have, yes, made corner to Olympiacos. Then 48 minutes gone here. Arsenal 0, Olympiacos 0 is the scoreline. Fortunas with the corner. Whipped into the penalty area, cross goal. And oh my word, how was that not good in from Olympiacos? He's kept it over on the far side, put the ball back in. And they're arguing with the header, but how was no one going into that from Olympiacos, Mike Orneman?
That's a great ball in, wasn't it? And he's won his header. He beats Gabriel and Smith Rose of the ball there. Who was it? The
Olabas, they were, Mike.
Olabas there. And yeah, Arsenal were definitely living dangerously there. And hanging on a little bit.
Yes, as Ceballos now picks up possession for Arsenal. Ceballos into Elneny. Now he's across with still Elneny. Now Xhaka who plays the ball forward. Into Smith Rose. Looked lively tonight for Arsenal when he's got possession. I think Mike, in my opinion, he's looked lively today as the ball's there forward towards El Arabi, who can't keep the ball in play there, and it's out for a throw to Arsenal. And I think, Mike, looking from the Arsenal's perspective, you must be happy with the performance from Smith Rowe tonight so far. Are you happy with his performance? Because I think, as a neutral watching this, I'm happy with his performance.
Yeah, I think he's playing well. I think he's definitely showing what he's about, and Arsenal have really come good since they put that number 10 in as well, whether it's Smith Rowe or Martin Odegaard, whichever of the two it is. They've both shown quality, really, in what they can do. Of course, Smith Rowe in this position on a number of times, and also at left midfield as well. And, of course, Martin Odegaard in the fixture last week and obviously at the weekend as well.
Yes, and Arsenal will look to see if they can get an early goal, but they've not been able to get an early goal yet. As it's still 3-1, Olympiacos will still fancy their chances of going through. I reckon, Marcus. Arsenal and Olympiacos 0 is the scoreline. If you've just joined us here on Football Commentary Live, the home of alternative commentaries. Arsenal will Romans to the lead against Shakhtar Donetsk, and it's come from Morale. It's 4-0 on aggregate now to the Italian side as El
Yeah,
Arabi comes
they're
forward
surely going to
now.
be through now.
El Arabi's through on goal now. El Arabi, can he score? He has scored! Olympiacos have broken the deadlock. 51 minutes played and El Arabi has scored, and Olympiacos have taken the lead here this evening. And it's a fantastic goal from El Arabi, and Arsenal are in and are behind now, Mike Honeyman.
Yeah, and it looks like he was sloppy really going forward as well. Good play there from Olympiacos to win the ball back and then really countering on Arsenal there. And of course, El Arabi was going to score because he's in good form against Arsenal. He's taking a deflection off of Gabriel there, I believe, as well. And it's wrong-footed burnt Leno. And there's El Arabi getting another goal against the Gunners there. That's 3-3, I believe, for him now against Arsenal. And he could have even had one in the other game as well, in the 1-0, if I believe correctly. So that's a good play there from Olympiacos, and a bit fortuitous, but they all count. It's he's going to go and jump in the face of Bios by the looks of his celebration as well. But I'm not too sure what Gabriel's saying there. He's complaining about something he was, but it was a good finish anyway.
Yes, good finishing, mate. You're all right. It's 3-3 for El Arabi against Arsenal. Scored last week in the round of 16 and also scored last season as well at the Emirates. So he's got a good knack of scoring goals in the Emirates Stadium as Partey and Odegaard are about to come on.
Yeah.
And who's going to be fit coming off, Mike Conlon? Who do you reckon is going to come off?
Probably El Neni will be one of them. And also maybe, who would I say? Maybe Danny Ceballos possibly as well.
Be interested to see if you're correct, Mike, in a moment. But Olympiacos leading now by a goal to 0 against Arsenal as Hector Bellerin keeps that ball in play. And I would reckon this would change things now for Arsenal. If I know they're about to fetch on a couple of substitutes in a moment, but what else do you reckon Mikel Arteta's planning to do, Mike?
It's definitely no time to panic yet. Olympiacos have still got to score a few more goals. So if Arsenal want to get the next goal, then it's all back in Arsenal's favour again. Yeah, I think that Olympiacos, this should give them a bit of confidence going forward now. And it was obviously a good time to get it just after half time.
It was Marcus Fortunas picks up possession, but Arsenal winning back as Nicola Pepe as the ball. And he's back with David Luiz and now Granit Xhaka for Arsenal to come forward for Kieran Tierney. For Arsenal, and now it's David Luiz again, and Arsenal will be waiting to bring on a few. There's two substitutions in a moment. Thomas Partey, Martin Odegaard are the men coming on for Arsenal as they look to pull this game to bed as El Arabi, who's already got scored in his last 3 matches against Arsenal now, including tonight.
I was just looking as well, just a second ago. Arsenal have never actually lost 3 consecutive times against a side at home in the European competition, and it's actually this. They lost in 2015, 2016 against Olympiacos, and last season. And of course, if things remain this way as they are now, then Olympiacos will be the first side in that 3.
Yes, as Arsenal now come chasing back to do some defending as Olympiacos comes forward. Inside it goes, but Arsenal back there with Smith Rowe to tidy up, and Arsenal will come forward again over on our far side through Bellerin. And Bellerin just has to go back to Alan Nanian. So far from the Arsenal side, that's how they're in the field of play. Which player would you say stood out for Arsenal so far? Will we come back to that
See,
in a moment? As
well,
Smith Rowe, our to Aubameyang, looking to get Arsenal back 2 goals in front as his cross has come off Socrates behind for a corner.
that's a good header. I think Aubameyang's looked quite bright. He's trying. I think Kieran Tierney is obviously, Kieran Tierney's fantastic. He's played well again today. Smith Rowe, you said about earlier. There's a few of them that you can see are trying. As the subs are coming on, I was right with El Neni. El Neni's going off.
El Nani off for Thomas Partey. He looks like he'll be coming off for him.
Yeah.
And that is correct. He's just confirmed in front of his ear. Thomas Mohamed El Nani off for Thomas Partey. And do you reckon that's one of the correct subs for Arsenal to make, Mike?
Yeah, for sure. I think Thomas Partey and Danny Ceballos as well. See, I called it perfectly. There you are.
You did, Mike. Ceballos off for Martin Odegaard. And Mike, do you know why we've got you here?
Because I can do things like that, and I can just call double subs perfect.
Yes, plus you've got a great insight on Arsenal. So when I thought I'll do Arsenal, I thought, I know the perfect man to go on to do it alongside me
Yeah.
is yourself. 'Cause you're a fan, you know the inside of the club, so
Mm-hmm.
you're doing.
And
And
we've actually
Mike, as well, like people have, like John Kane said, you might be biased. So far, Mike, well, I would like to say, John, if you're listening to this, Mike has not been biased one bit about Arsenal tonight. When the Olympiacos have played well, now they have the majority of this game, Mike has said so. As Arsenal, with Odegaard to take this corner kick, but it's Socrates, the former Arsenal man, who heads away, but Thomas Partey picks up possession.
And he's playing
For
well.
Arsenal.
Socrates is having a good game as well. He's certainly up there for men that have really impressed in defensive aspects, or I should say, for Olympiacos tonight. He's putting a good shift back at the Emirates.
He has, and now Olympiacos on the back foot as Nicola Pepe comes forward for Arsenal. It's on the penalty for Nicola Pepe. Ball's across, but it's saved there by Sarr in the end. But Pepe's gone down behind the goal, and is Pepe okay to continue? I wonder. Sarr's
Yeah, it looks like he's fine. Yeah.
It does look like he's fine, just running back onto the field now to get back in possession position, should I say, as Arsenal have to get back in numbers to do defending. So it looks like he's okay. Just went down a little bit. Thought he pulled up for a second there, Mike, but like I say, it seems to be okay now. And Mike, what do you reckon is going through Mikel Arteta's mind so far down on that touchline?
Of course, he's got to be looking at this now and kind of thinking, well, obviously we're still ahead on the overall aggregate scoreline. So
as Odegaard comes forward, Mike, we'll come back to you in a second. As Odegaard for Granit Xhaka. Granit Xhaka out wide to Tierney. But Tierney can't keep the ball in play, Mike. What were you saying there?
No, I was just saying that he's got to be fairly pleased still in regards to the score remaining as it is. But of course, you don't want to be losing any game. So of course, he's got options on the bench if he wants to bring on Lacazette or anything as well. But I'm sure for the time being, he won't be panicking. There's still plenty of time for Arsenal to get a goal and maybe even get another goal after that and go on and win this game by a couple of goals, as I said. It's just a matter of nothing silly from Arsenal, and Arsenal should be all right.
Yes, as it stands, Mike, Arsenal going through, and with the performance from Arsenal tonight, Mike, if you were to rate it out of 10, where would you rate this performance from Arsenal so far today?
See, I don't think we've created a lot going forward. I think we've been fairly, one-dimensional in terms of what we've created. So I believe probably, I don't even think it's halfway. I think obviously we're losing the game as well. You've got to look at it on that. So I believe probably about 4, maybe.
A bit harsh there from Mike, because Arsenal now on the counter-attack with Tierney into the penalty. Goes to Nicola Pepe and his shot is over.
Great block. Very good block that to deflect it and get it behind for a corner. That was heading right into the roof of the net.
I'm not sure if he did come off Socrates, Mike. I think he may have come off his own man running in there. We'll still see.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just saying it was a great block, whoever it was. If it was an Arsenal man, either way, it come off for Smith Rowe, was it? Or Odegaard?
Yeah, Smith. I think Smith Rowe.
Yeah, Smith Rowe. Yeah.
Smith Rowe, but I think the referees actually gave a corner.
It come off Smith Rowe's head there, clearly, yeah. And it was a goal.
It looked like he pointed for the corner first,
No,
Well,
it's a
Nave,
goal kick. Yeah.
I think we're pointing for Mike. Because I think the linesman put the flag up for
Offside,
an
maybe.
offside against
Yeah.
Smith in there because he
Mm.
did a goal kick. He pointed across to say, okay, but we'll give a goal kick because it's virtually similar position. So I'll give a goal kick there and finish, Mike.
Well, still, as I said, I'm going to still stick by it. That was a great block.
Yes, good block from Emil Smith Rowe there. I think he forgot what team he was on, Mike, for a second, as Olympiacos are going to make a double substitution, which I think is Mohamed Dragar coming on. And I'm not sure who that other one was just behind him.
I only saw one of them. I didn't see who the second one was. Yeah.
Yeah, there was one just behind Mohamed Dragar who's taking a drink there as we watch on here. And it'd be interested to see how we get on in this game. It's Arsenal 0, Olympiacos 1. If you've just joined us, 61 minutes played here in the Europa League last 16, second leg tie. Arsenal going through an aggregate by 3-2, but losing tonight. And Olympiacos, I must say, Mike, I'm not sure whether you would agree with this situation, and this statement which I'm going to say, but I just want to say, Mike, I think Olympiacos have defended very, very well, and if they are to win, will play fantastically as Brumer comes on for
Andrautis,
who's
yeah.
gone off, and he was 27 or 20 when I saw him. The other one is 97, which is Lazar Wangelovic, and he comes on for Marousis,
Yeah, he got
and
booking
both of
as well.
yeah, and Marousis got booked, and the other player there, Marousis, and to be honest, Mike, I think both players tonight have done fantastically well for Olympiacos.
Yeah, they played very well. I thought they've both put in a good shift, and just seen there that Spurs are a goal
Dinamo
down as
Zagreb have
well.
scored Orsic on 62 minutes, 2-1 on aggregate to Tottenham now, and Tottenham could go out if they are not careful. They are leading on aggregate, but trailing on the night as Olympiacos win a free kick. It was a foul.
Thomas Partey just shoved him over. Yeah,
Thomas Partey on the Mohamed Kamara there, and it was a sandwich between Partey and Granit Xhaka.
oh, and Socrates getting in a bit of a push with him there, pushing and shoving.
With Partey who's not moving away from the ball, and he's saying he's not in the right spot, but the referee says, I'll see to that, you just get back in position where that's you to go. I'll sort that out if he's in the right spot or not.
Yeah, exactly.
In
There's a good opportunity here. This is a good position here from the free kick. If they can test Leno here, of course, if they get a goal from this as well, there's still plenty of time to go on and cause Arsenal all sorts of trouble.
Yes, and Villa's just on the edge of the wall. We've got Oleg stood over it. He's from the other side. Fortunas is the other man stood over this free kick. Bellerin laying down behind the wall here, just in case the wall jump and he can block the shot. There is Oleg and Fortunas over this for Olympiacos. And it is Fortunas against the wall. Oleg knocks it back with the header to Manjulovic, and his ball is out of play for a goal kick. And it was David Luiz with the block in the wall there, Mike Orneman.
Yeah, he done well there to get up and to get his head on that one. And it was good defending from the former Chelsea man. It's a goal kick for Arsenal. So, David Luiz doing his job.
Yes, and Mike, I think, what have you made to David Luiz's Arsenal career so far? Has he impressed during stages, or have you not been impressed with him for the majority of his career?
It's a hit and miss one with David Luiz. He has some games where he's great and plays really well, and other games where he lets you down by making stupid, rash decisions, giving away penalties or silly fouls, getting himself sent off or making mistakes, etc. So, it's a kind of hit and miss with him, 50-50. And, of course, people are saying, does he deserve a year's extension on his contract as well in a player-coach capacity? Not for me, really. I don't think he's done enough in that capacity. Even when there's other players coming through that, like Rob Holding, like Callum Chambers, etc., who could maybe cement a place in the team for a lot longer periods of time.
Yes, it's Granit Xhaka. How wide it goes to Kieran Tierney now for Arsenal. And Granit Xhaka again, back in to Kieran Tierney, who can't get an end of it, and he's behind for a
Throwing, I
corner
think, wasn't it?
to. I'm not sure if he's a throw or I think it might be a corner to Arsenal, and it looks like it is a corner, because Tierney's moving away, and Odegaard is coming across to take the corner.
Yeah, it was a corner in the end, yeah.
And it'd be interesting to see if also were to get something from this corner now, it made the game very, very much interesting. We've got AC Milan v Man United coming up later, following us on from this game this evening. As this corners into a penalty area, and Bellerin heads over the ball from the corner. It's a poor corner already from Bellerin in the end, Mike Horneman.
Yeah, it was a decent corner from Odegaard, but I think it's Bellerin. The fact that he's kind of got there with his head. He's in a very unnatural position for Hector Bellerin where you normally find him. So I think anyone else you'd probably expect him to have a header on target there, but Bellerin, he's not really known for getting up there for corners and set pieces, is he? So
no, he's not. The quarterfinal draw for the Europa League is a midday tomorrow. Make sure you tuned into that one, Arsenal fans, if you get through, that is. Same with you, Spurs fans, as well. As and Champions League, Liverpool and Chelsea, Man City. Make sure you tune into that one tomorrow from 11 o'clock. From around about 11 o'clock is when the draw's on. Make sure you find out what TV channels are on for you. Won't be bringing you any of those on football commentary live. So if you want to find out who's got who, make sure you tune in on your other usual platforms to follow the games from us. Arsenal come away with possession is parted to Xhaka. Granit Xhaka to Thomas Partey, and Partey now controls possession well. Into Granit Xhaka, back to Partey. Lovely run from Partey, and he's brought down there in the end, and he's a free kick to Olympiacos, to Arsenal against Olympiacos. Partey takes it quickly, and he's got possession again. As Thomas Partey back into Gabriel and across to David Luiz, who I think tonight might David Luiz, apart from when he going behind El Arabi, going behind him on his side, I think overall, apart from that mistake where he didn't come across to him quicker, I think David Luiz has played well tonight, Mike, in defence alongside Gabriel. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I think he's done all right. I don't think he heard anything spectacular, but none of the Arsenal players have really. And I think there's only one or two that have really looked bright enough to, make Arsenal to do anything really for Arsenal. But David Luiz, he's done okay. He's looked solid enough on the ball. He's kind of passed out very well from the back when he needed to, and apart from that one mistake that he made, or potentially him and Gabriel made.
Tierney now. Tierney into the penalty area. Lovely cross, but Pepe slipped to the vital moment. Bellerin can retrieve it, but Oleg is there to come away with it now for Olympiacos. And as you were saying, Mike, he's done well alongside Gabriel tonight, I think.
Yeah, they've both done quite well, really, to be honest. They've got that partnership now, the Brazilians, and of course, obviously, as I said before, there's no language barrier between them, so they're able to communicate nice and easily, yeah.
Yes, as Rangelovic is brought down there, and then Tina clears it downfield.
It's a bit of a theatrical fallover, I thought, though, from the Olympiacos man there. I do think it was a foul, but I don't think he really needs to go down as theatrically as he did to try and get Smith Rowe booked.
Yes, and they're trying to say that Tierney should be booked. The whistle's already gone for a foul and a free kick, and then Tierney comes in after this foul has gone. They could stand there, so definitely free kick, but then they're wanting Tierney booked, kick the ball away. I've seen some referees do that in some.
Yeah, it's something you've got to be careful of it in the game these days. Obviously, it all depends on the referee and what the referee decides. But yeah, certainly have been yellow cards. Sorry, there certainly have been yellow cards given for that in the past.
As this balls in towards from Olympiacos, and David Luiz is able to clear. And it's now Envira who has done well today for Olympiacos, up there for man of the match, in my opinion. We'll get Mike's honour him as man of the match and he'll be our commentary services man of the match here on Football Commentary Live, sponsored by Commentary Services. So we'll get Mike's thoughts on man of the match. I'll be thinking about that. Mike will come to you round about 80 on the 85th minute mark, so just over 15 minutes, just under 15 minutes time. We'll come to you for that as El Arabi picks up possession across now to Bruma. Honours a subject to Bruma. Can't pick out a man. Into Redrick. Now to Bruma. His effort is blocked. Come towards Oleg, who...
And it looks like Arsenal are panicking a bit at the back now. I said, beforehand, there's no need to panic. You're still leading the tie overall. But Olympiacos are really trying to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at the Gunners right now. And they are, sort of making a few mistakes here and looking a little bit shaky at the back now and starting to panic a little bit.
Yes, and Olympiacos trying to get another goal here, which would put Arsenal under even more pressure. And if Olympiacos were to score in the next 5 minutes or so, Mike, it'll be a nervy last 15 or so minutes for Arsenal. That's with stoppage time included.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. And I did say Arsenal will go on and get a goal in the second half. There's still time for that, of course, but it does look like Olympiacos are the side trying to, get their second and then really try and push on from that now. Although there is a free kick for Arsenal right there now.
Yeah, foul on Pepe by Envia, who picks up a yellow card. Jan Envia into the book there. Foul on Nicola Pepe. Oleg posing back, and then Envia got booked for the stamp on his foot.
It's neatness really from Envia, but it gives Arsenal a bit of a break in play, and Arsenal can actually start to dictate the tempo a bit and slow it down now. So that that's kind of good for Arsenal to take a bit of pressure off of them.
It will, yes, Mike, and Arsenal just can't keep the ball in play, and they've given possession very cheaply back to Olympiacos. 7 attempts each in total tonight for both Arsenal and Olympiacos, with 2 total attempts, which I think may be on target. 2 attempts on target out of the entire 7 from both sides tonight, Mike. And one of the 2 from Olympiacos have ended up in the back of the net, which is being the only goal of the game so far, which was a fantastic goal from El Arabi.
That's right, yeah, and it was El Arabi who had their other attempt as well, with the one in the first half, which, of course, Lana made that really good save for. So he's been the threat for them for sure going forward, as probably most Arsenal fans expected on the back of his recent form. Yes,
and El Arabi come down end of that ball there, and Arsenal with Granit Xhaka have possession back, and he's with Gabriel forward, and he's told Smith Rowe to get forward, and now he plays on Smith Rowe. Run down this near side of the left. Emil Smith Rowe out wide to Kieran Tierney. Smith Rowe's gone on the overlap down the outside, but he's played it back to Xhaka and back to Gabriel and back into Granit Xhaka and back to David Luiz now.
Just simple play from Arsenal there in midfield and through the back there. Just trying to keep the ball, which is really what Arsenal need to do. Try and give themselves a bit of possession and kind of just try and break them down that way, break Olympiacos down that way.
Yes, and David Luiz with possession back into Granit Xhaka, back to Luiz, and now Thomas Partey coming forward for Arsenal. Out wide to Martin Odegaard, down the line to Nicola Pepe. Odegaard again. Towards Smith Rowe in there, but he can't pick out.
Good goalkeeping from the...
pick him out. From Sarr really in there. Did well there, Sarr, to read the situation from Odegaard's pass. And we just see it again here, man. Look, he saw the pass, where the pass was going, and he read the danger. And Socrates, Mike.
Yeah, Socrates helped him out as well. Yeah,
brilliant shepherd him to make sure the ball reached his goalkeeper.
Absolutely, yeah. Really good defending from Socrates. He's putting a good show tonight. The former Arsenal man is putting a good performance against his former side.
Yes, Mike, and I just want to ask you, is he up there for consideration for man of the match in your opinion?
Yeah, he's in that conversation for me. El Arabi's in that conversation as well, but course, we've still got about 10 minutes yet, so things might change a little bit.
Yes, as Thomas Partey fetches the ball forward onto Odegaard and he's knocked backwards, and Arsenal being forced back inside their own half from the attacking position, having to go back to Gabriel, who's in turn had to go all the way back to Ben Leno, and Arsenal from inside the Olympiacos half have been forced to go all the way back inside their own half again.
Yeah, it's a good play from Olympiacos to press them, though.
It is, Michael. They've done well tonight to have Olympiacos. There's no Nicola Pepe onto Martin Odegaard. Through to Nicola Pepe, can't pick him up. Goes back to Martin Odegaard, who fires over.
You would have
Should've
put,
scored.
you would have put money on Odegaard to score that. The form he's been in the last couple of games as well. Of course, he's got 2 in his last 2. Really should be testing the goalkeeper from that position as well. A good play from Pepe to find them, and good little trickery there. Gets it back, a bit fortuitously on the edge of the box there. Comes to the area, and you would have at least expected that one to be a shot on target from Odegaard, who has been in good goal scoring form for Arsenal in the last week or so.
He has, Mike, been in form for Arsenal, as you said, in the past week or so. In last week, he was on target with the first Arsenal goal. Gabriel and then El Nani rounded off that win after El Arabi had pulled Olympiacos level. El Arabi has put Arsenal a goal behind today. He's scored the first goal this time, not Odegaard, as Arsenal win a free kick for a foul on Thomas Partey there, and Thomas Partey is saying, hang on a minute, this is a booking, as we've watched this again, and he could have been a booking there, nudging the back and then put arm on him as well to stop him from going forward. So it could have been a foul there. I've seen him people booked.
I think Mikel Arteta's possibly looking at maybe making another sub for Arsenal shortly as well. Just in conversation there with, I think that might even be one of the Arsenal. I'm not sure if that's his assistant or who that is, but just trying to see maybe they might look at making a change shortly again.
Yes, and Mike, if you were to make another change, if Arsenal, I would say, need a goal to be sure that they're going to go through.
Yeah.
Would you put someone, say, like Lacazette and Ketty or Martinelli on to get that goal, with them being forward thinkers and 2 of the 3 I mentioned, and Ketty and Lacazette strikers?
Obviously, there's potential for Lacazette maybe to come on. He'd probably be one of the ones I'd go with, and maybe take off Aubameyang. He's tried, but he's not really been great going forward today.
And Nicola Pepe, whose shot is saved by a brilliant play from Odegaard to set him up, but he could have and probably should have scored there.
It's a very weak shot from Pepe. Maybe he's another one that might be in that conversation to come off as well. If Arsenal wanted to, get maybe Martinelli on, maybe take Nicola Pepe off.
Yes, I think Pepe tonight, Mike, has not been. He started off okay, but as the game's gone on, I think he's not performed to his best, and what I've seen in recent weeks is Aubameyang commits a foul there on Kamara and gives away a cheap free kick. As we just see the effort from Nicola Pepe again here now, Mike, and poor effort in the end from Nicola Pepe.
Yeah, really soft. Just more of a pass back than an actual shot at target. Was a real soft effort from Pepe. He's done, he's looked quite lively going forward. He's tried to make things happen, but he really hasn't got his shooting boots on at all. That's one thing he hasn't got tonight.
Yes, for Tunis with the free kick. It was a penalty, headed away. Still not clear. Not back in. Socrates is in then. Can't get it. Odegaard gets the ball clear for Arsenal. We will come back at Arsenal with it. With Kamara, how wide it goes on that left-hand side. To Oleg. Down the line it goes. And love the cross in there from. I think that might have been Socrates. Olabas will pull the ball in, but no. Arsenal on the counter-attack. And Pierre Aubameyang's through on goal. Aubameyang through on goal. Can he score it? Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang Chips just wide. And we really, Mike, would put Arsenal scoring in that position.
Yeah, that's shows what Aubameyang can do. He's got great pace, and I really thought he was going to just run through and score there. But maybe that's a confidence thing. Maybe the fact he's been dropped at the weekend. Maybe that's playing on his mind a bit there. And of course, this fixture last year as well, where he missed a gilt edge opportunity that would have sent Arsenal through. Might all be playing on his mind. Then you really want to put money on Aubameyang to score there normally. But it could be a confidence factor in the reason there why he wasn't able to. I'm sure it probably if he'd played against Tottenham, it would have been a different story altogether there. As Martinelli is coming on to replace Smith Rowe now.
Yes, Smith Rowe off, Martinelli on for Arsenal. That's one of their changes, as we've just. And I think Smith Rowe has done well tonight from an Arsenal perspective, and Hector Bellerin, Mike, coming off as well, and it's Callum Chambers rather than Cedric coming on. Man, are you a bit surprised by that substitution? Would you have thought Cedric might have come on instead of Chambers?
Well, Chambers played at right back a couple of weeks ago, and he played quite well, really. I think it was it Leicester in the game against Leicester, possibly, and he played in a really good game. Was it? Yeah, I can't remember what game it was to be exact, but just maybe giving him some minutes, which is a good thing. And Martinelli needs some minutes as well. I really want to see what this kid can do now because he obviously was coming good for Arsenal and then got another injury again, didn't he?
Yes, and yellow card there for Barr. It looked as though it was an elbow on.
Oh, red.
On, I think that was Martinelli, and he's already been booked, man. That's the reason why he's being sent off. Booked in the first. I think it was in the first half, and then second booking here for Barr. As we just see this, an elbow in the face of Martinelli there, and with an elbow, Mike, that could have been easily been a straight red for Barr.
Yeah, he kind of come across him there, didn't he? And put his arm to his face. I don't think he'd been booked. I think the second yellow was for dissent, for smashing the ball into the ground.
Yeah, it looks like that. Two quick yellows. Just Tierney puts the ball in, which too near the goalkeeper saw in the end. Then one of the back three from Olympiacos now, Barr, has been sent off, and he's 2-0 to Dinamo Zagreb now. Orsic with his second goal in 83 minutes.
And you can see how distraught Barr looks there as well in the tunnel. He looks very, inconsolable, really.
Because Roberto Salgado's equalised for Granada. They're winning 3-1 on aggregate. Shakhtar Donetsk 1, Roma 2. Boral with the goal there as after Junior had equalised for Shakhtar Donetsk on 59 minutes. And then they've just said that Osic has pulled another goal back for Dinamo Zagreb. It's 2-0 to Zagreb on the night. 2-2 in aggregate against Tottenham. In that game, looks like it could be heading to extra time. So we'll bring you up to this.
You can see they're just showing that the bar again. They're just showing him there. He's in tears. Of course, he missed last week through injury as well. He got injured. I think he was due to start the game, and he got injured about 10-15 minutes beforehand, and had to miss out, didn't he?
Yes, and Mate, you're quite right. There was a yellow card initially for the elbow, and then another yellow card for dissent for punching the ball away.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
As the Olympiacos have made a double change here, I think we'll wait and get confirmation in a moment. We'll just need to see if Fortunisov for Boukalakis is the first change for Olympiacos. There now, and Boukalakis, Fortunis, and Fortunis, the captain, has been booked in. Oleg is off for Lala in that far side. And guys, no, Lala are to the Teletubbies, by the way.
That's you can still see him there, but they're still showing him on the screen. They keep panning to him every couple of minutes, don't they? And he looks very, very unhappy. He's just thrown his shirt to the floor, and he's not even walking down the tunnel, is he? He's just stood there in the tunnel watching on.
Yes, he's stood watching on in the tunnel, and I think Arsenal, and I think he's one of the club staff there trying to console him and say, let's go into the dressing room and we'll say it all there. But I think he wants to stay in the tunnel and watch
the
the
last
team
part of the game and see what
last
happens.
5 minutes
Yeah,
from there.
yeah.
We'll be coming to you very soon, Matt, for your man of the match. So if you've got that ready, keep it in mind, and we'll come to you in a moment as
There's a booking here.
Bukalakis has gone down. And it's Xhaka who's in the book for a foul on Bukalakis. So he's just come on Bukalakis and he's got the captain's arm. And Xhaka a bit late in the challenge there after Bukalakis had played him past him. He's trying to claim he got the ball there, Granit Xhaka, but
He
it
certainly
didn't like
didn't.
that to me.
No, he didn't. No.
And then Veer picks up towards Bukalakis, but Granit Xhaka's in there. But on this for Radmanovic, who keeps all the possession. Socrates back to the goalkeeper, Sarr, and Olympiacos leading by a goal to no still, and now down to 10 men. Final 4 minutes of the game. We'll come to Mike in a second for his nominee for man of the match, and then we'll announce it on the as well in a few moments' time. So, Mike, if you've got that, just keep that in your mind, and we'll come to you in a second. Is a Batman with the effort? A Batman again over the bar from Arsenal.
There's a great save originally, though, wasn't it, from the goalkeeper to deny him, and then
Yes.
came back to him, and then obviously he tried something a little bit silky, where maybe a simple finish would have been better.
Yes, and I'm just looking at the other latest scores now, and Moldov scored his Eric Estad on 90 minutes with the goal there against Granada. It's now Mold 2, Granada 3 on aggregate, and very, very interesting to see who Mike Horniman will pick as his man of the match, and we'll get
It does
his
look like the
information.
Arsenal. So I was just going to say, it does look like the Arsenal are going to be progressing for the sixth time in their seventh Europa League knockout ties as well, where they've won the first leg, although currently losing this one. I don't see Olympiacos, barring a miracle, coming and getting 2 goals in the last 2 minutes or so, plus stoppage time.
Yes, and Mike, well, next time we'll go out to play, we'll have a talk about man of the match. You think should win in Mike, so just keep that in mind as Olympiacos coming forward. But they've given possession away, and Olympiacos will come forward again. It's over on that far side with Lala, who can't keep the ball in play. It's out for a throw there to Arsenal. And Mike Horniman, looking at the players that have performed well today for both sides,
Yeah.
who would you say is your man of the match and Football Country Live man of the match, sponsored by Commentary Services?
Right, so I'm going to give it to an Olympiacos player. I'm going to give it to El Arabi. I thought obviously he's got himself the goal today. He maybe should have had a second as well. He's been a thorn in Arsenal's defence going forward. So I'm going to give El Arabi the man of the match for tonight's game.
So El Arabi is your man of the match then, Mike. And he's played well tonight at El Arabi. I think he's done well today, El Arabi. Correct call from you, I think, Mike. I would have to agree with that. El Arabi is the man of the match, sponsored by Commentary Services for this evening's game, guys. To make congratulations to him, and he's, like I said, Mike, following Arsenal side, scored in the last 3 meetings between the two clubs back in 27th of February 2020.
Yeah.
In the 20th minute to win it for Olympiacos on the away goal rule.
Mm-hmm.
Scored last week against Arsenal in the round of 16 over in Greece, and then scored again tonight, which looks like to be the winner on the night, but not winner in the ties. Pepe goes down again.
He could have had 2 as well with that other one that was saved by Leno, which of course we've touched on. We've touched on quite a few times already. So yeah, I thought he's played well tonight, and from an Arsenal perspective, I don't even know who I'd give it to. I think maybe we'll touch on that after the commentary's been over and done with. Maybe in the pre build up to the other Milan United game, maybe.
Yes, and we've got Matthaus in and ready to go for that game. We've got him in the in the office in the HQ where he is based as we enter 3 minutes of stoppage time ahead of this game as Arsenal still trail by a goal to nil against Olympiacos. If forward and Olympiacos will come forward again. LORB, your man of the match. If you've just joined us here on Football Commentary Live. Hopefully you're doing okay, and thank you very much for choosing Football Commentary Live for the coverage between Arsenal and Olympiacos this evening.
Stay with us as well, because we are going to go straight into a review of this game, and then of course Matt's going to bring you the game between AC Milan and Man United as well. And
Yes,
of course the draw is tomorrow for any Arsenal fans and other teams fans that is it, what time is it? Midday tomorrow, wasn't it, Russ, I believe?
Yeah, midday. That's what time run about midday tomorrow. If you want to have a check on that one, that's UK time. Is Arsenal have got a throw in now rather than Olympiacos, because he looked to us like it was a foul throw from Olympiacos there, and it'll be interesting to see how this last few minutes pans out as Kieran Tierney taking his time to come and take this throw. I was just asking, was it a throw or was it a free kick? So I knew which decision he had to do, and he will get booked for time wasting.
Time wasting there as well, yeah. I think he's said a word with Nico Arteta there saying kind of speed it up a bit as well, I think it was.
Yes, I think he was, and looked towards Aubameyang, but he's Martin Odegaard for Arsenal coming forward. Martin Odegaard has got Nicola Pepe outside, and when Xhaka's there, it was Odegaard towards Martinelli giving away. Nicola Pepe once more for Arsenal. Thomas Partey through to Odegaard again. Nicola Pepe again. Still got Nicola Pepe. Martin Odegaard takes over once more. Odegaard into the penalty. Still going Martin Odegaard. And he's won a corner kick.
It's good defending from Olympiacos there. They've really defended well tonight, trying to stop Arsenal from creating too many real clear-cut opportunities. And I've given El Arabi the man of the match, but defensively they've been sound as well.
Yes, Socrates could have been given man of the match tonight, Mike. He's defended well, hasn't he, tonight?
Yeah, well, their whole backline really, especially on the back of going down to 10 men with Barra as well. Arsenal really could have put more pressure on them, but I think they just kind of comfortably want to see it through.
As Partey has possession, coming towards the edge of the penalty area. Thomas Partey still going. Thomas Partey again is out wide to Granit Xhaka, forward into Partey, back into Granit Xhaka, and Granit Xhaka goes down, no free kick, and Aubameyang's through. Well, the free kick's been given to
against Martinelli.
Martinelli.
I thought that was a correct call from the referee there, who got that one right, yeah.
And Arsenal are almost there now. Socrates lifts the ball forward. El Arabi can't keep the ball in play. The commentary services man of the match, chosen by Mike Orneman. The final whistle will be going any second now as Tierney collects the ball for Arsenal. Tierney, down the line it goes, still being played on as Martinelli is through, but he can't keep the ball in play there, Martinelli.
Socrates again, another great tackle there. He done really well against the Brazilian that time.
Yes, and there goes the full-time whistle. Arsenal had to dig deep to go through. The lost on the night, but have gone through on aggregate, winning by 3-2 over the two legs. In the other game, Mold have won 2-1 against Granada, lost 3-2 on aggregate as well. Roma have won 2-1 against Shakhtar Donetsk in Ukraine, but lose 5-1 on aggregate. And it's good to see Martinelli and Aubameyang
and Xhaka going over with Socrates there and consoling him. That is a nice touch. That is nice.
And I think he's just said to Socrates he will go and get him a shirt from inside there, Aubameyang, to give him a full time as El Arabi's goal gives Olympiacos the win on the night, but lose out an aggregate by 3 goals to 2. And Mike, what's your overall thoughts on that game tonight?
Yeah, see, Arsenal always do it the hard way. Whether it's going through or going out, potentially could be going through like last season when we had the chance right at the end to score the goal, which would have sent us through. So, of course, El Arabi is always going to score against Arsenal in the recent form that he's been in. Of course, when he went through in the first half and then I made that save, I thought that was going to be 1-0. But yeah, I thought overall wasn't a great performance from Arsenal. Could have been a lot better, and Olympiacos deserved to win on the night. Arsenal probably just about deserved to win over the two ties, but it's a very difficult one to call really tonight because Arsenal knew what they had to do. They did it, but of course, losing on the night is never a nice feeling. But it's going sort of sweetened up a little bit by the fact that we've gone through and got that draw tomorrow. So we'll wait and see what happens. But I thought Olympiacos deserved the victory on the night, played some good football, and they good sides. Credit to them for putting up a fight as well. But Arsenal progress and a bit fortuitous, fortuitous in aspects, but we did what we needed to do really by holding on when they went down to 10 men and could have actually gone on and put a bit of pressure on them and maybe got another goal, but sort of didn't really need to. So just sort of was happy to sit back there and kind of just keep possession and see it through.
Yes, and thank you very much, Mike, for joining us this evening. We're going to leave our coverage of the Arsenal game there right now. Thank you very much, Mike, for tuning in tonight and for joining us ahead of that game tonight.
That's all right, no worries, Russ. And it's currently still 2-0 to Dinamo Zagreb as well. It looks like that one is possibly going on to extra time. So I'm sure Matt will probably keep you up across the extra time with that game during the Manchester United match as well.
Yes, it's into extra time in that one now, Mike. I've just had a switch over, and it is in extra time. They're currently in extra time right now. They've only been playing a couple of minutes in extra time, and it's still 2-0 to Dinamo Zagreb, 2-2 on aggregate. So once again, Mike, thank you very much for joining us tonight, and we'll catch you again soon here on Football Commentary Live.
All right, cheers, Russ. Thanks a lot. And of course, I am back at the weekend as well. I'm going to be covering some Premier League action on Saturday between Brighton and Newcastle. So that's my next showing for when I'm going to be live here on the channel again.
Yes, thank you very much, Mike, and we'll see you again soon, mate.
Cheers. Nice
Cheers for joining us. And we're now going to be joined by our commentator for our second game, and that is Matt Iles. And Matt, good evening, sir. How are you doing tonight? You okay?
I'm not too bad, Russ. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you, mate. Just off the back of the brilliant game between Arsenal and Olympiacos, our commentary that me and Mike have just done in the last since just before 6 o'clock this evening, kicked off at 5 to 8 and 5 to 6. They're saying Arsenal lost on the night, but went through on aggregate. As you might have probably just heard the final few seconds of that game, and Arsenal were, as Mike said, they weren't that good tonight, and they deserved to. I think Olympiacos deserved to win on the night, but were unfortunate not to go through overall. And am I looking ahead to your game tonight, Arsenal, AC Milan against Man United? I see that one going, mate. Do you reckon Man United can get a win tonight, or do you reckon AC Milan will go on to get the victory?
Well, I think if you look on the balance, I think Man United should be favourites to see the job through, given that they are a side who perform better away than at home. Obviously, Milan are quite wary about that. I think Stefano Pioli, the Milan coach, made a very good point about that in terms of, that they're a better side away, so we've got to be ready for that. But, you've got to give Milan a lot of credit from that first leg. I think they came out of it the better of the two in terms of, the way that they approached the game. They liked to keep the ball. They weren't afraid to really play their game at Old Trafford. And, they'll be hoping that they can do the same again. But I think this suits Man United. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer sort of alluded to it before kickoff that his side are better when they've got to go and get an away goal or go out and get the opening goal, if you like, in away games. And tonight is in particular, they've got to score. They've got to try and cancel out Milan's sort of last-minute goal that they got last week, courtesy of Simon Kjær. So it's interesting, to say the least, but I think United will have enough to just see the job through tonight.
Yes, and looking ahead to the match, back to the Arsenal game, which me and Mike just covered. Did you watch any of that tonight? And like me and Mike point out on commentary, El Arabi, the match winner for Olympiacos tonight. In the past few matches between the two sides, which is whether it's been earlier on this season or last season as well in the Europa League, El Arabi has now scored in his last three appearances for Olympiacos against Arsenal. And have you seen much of El Arabi this season? And did you see much of him tonight and last week? And what have you made to him against Arsenal so far?
Well, he seems to like playing Arsenal, doesn't he? I mean, you made that stat. He scored sort of 3 goals against them. And he's obviously been the hero when they've played each other twice, sort of at the Emirates. I mean, he's a very, very good player. I didn't watch any of tonight's game, unfortunately, so I can't really be able to talk about his individual performance against the Gunners tonight. But he's a player who's, very, very physical, knows where the back of the net is. I mean, he was presented with that gilt-edged chance in the first leg in Piraeus and, completely slotted it beyond Bernd Leno from all of around 20 yards out. It looked a simple finish, but, he's got to get the technique right. He's got to really try and stroke it into the corner, and he did exactly that. His goal-scoring record is very, very good. So, he is someone who is a very, very good player. There's no doubt about that.
Yes, and team's almost on the way out for your game this evening. The officials are just making their way out right now. So just before you go, Matt, just before we hand over to you, Matt, for the first half commentary on this game between AC Milan and Manchester United at the San Siro tonight. What is your score prediction? Do you reckon AC Milan will win, or do you reckon Man United will win? What's your final score prediction on the actual game itself, Matt?
Well, I think Man United will have enough, as I said earlier. I think they're going to, be strong. Milan are going to probably allow United to have a lot of the possession and try and hit them on the break. They've got pace with Castelletto, Çalhanoğlu, Krunic, and Salimakers. But I think with United, when you've got Fernandes in the form he's been in all season, and Rashford, Greenwood, you hope, got to give a good performance tonight to end this sort of run without assisting or scoring. So I think we'll have enough tonight. And I'm going to go with a 2-0 win for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's team, and that they're going to progress to the quarterfinals of the Europa League and join Arsenal in the draw.
Yes, and the Man United players are out on the field of play right now. AC Milan are out as well. So it's time to cross live for our match commentator, Matt Tyles, will tell you through the first half action. Matt.
Thank you very much, Russ. Well, this is a fixture that really jumps out of the page, isn't it? Two sides steeped in European history, not just any European history, but glorious European history. 10 European Cups between them. It really is something to behold, a game like this. It's certainly the game of the Europa League round of 16, and you could say arguably the game in Europe this week in general. Milan fared well at Old Trafford last week and hold the slight advantage, whilst Manchester United come here with an unbeaten away run in the Premier League and, of course, looking to continue their march in the Europa League. Let's start with the AC Milan team. It's Gianluigi Donnarumma in goal. There are 2 changes to the defence from Sunday's loss to Napoli. Pierre Kalulu is at right back in place of the Manchester United loanee Diogo Dalot drops to the bench. Fikayo Tomori, the Chelsea loanee, partners Simon Kjær, who scored the equaliser at Old Trafford a week ago, and Theo Hernandez is at left back. Sualio Meite and Franck Kessié are the 2 in midfield. Kessié impressed at Old Trafford on an individual note. Samu, we think it's going to be a 3 of Alexi Salimakers, Hakan Çalhanoğlu and Rada Krunic. And then up front is Samu Castelletto as he starts up front. Salimakers replaces Rafael Leao, who is out with an injury, and Sandro Tonali is replaced as Sualio Meite comes in. The subs, Ciprian Tatarusanu, Diogo Dallo, Matteo Gabbia, Ismail Benacer, Sandro Tonali, Brahim Diaz, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, the standout name, 39 years of age, was a Europa League winner with United nearly 4 years ago, and the young academy star, Ricardo Tonin. Well, Man United are unchanged from their 1-0 win over West Ham United on Sunday. Dean Henderson continues to deputise in goal despite David De Gea being back available following a 10-day isolation period and, of course, him welcoming the world a new baby boy. Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Victor Lindelof, Harry Maguire and Luke Shaw, the back four. Scott McTominay and Fred, the two holding midfielders, with Marcus Rashford, Bruno Fernandes, Dan James as the three, and then Mason Greenwood leading the line. The traditional taking of the knee being observed here by both Milan and Manchester United. The man in the middle is Felix Breich, who is a doctorate of law as well. So he has a doctor in front of his name. He's, of course, got an all-German officiating team. Mark Borsch, Stefan Loop are the assistants. Christian Dingert as the fourth official. Marco Fritz is on VAR should he need to step in, and he'll be assisted by Sasha Stiegemann. Well, Manchester United are strong favourites to be in the Europa League final come May in Gdansk. Of course, they'll be hoping that they can get into the they'll be hoping they can get into the quarter-final draw, rather, tomorrow afternoon. And, of course, to get there, they have to beat this Milan side who impressed a week ago. Dan James with an early cross has gone away from the midfielder Sualio Mate, and it was cleared away in the end by Pierre Kalulu and gone out for a Manchester United throw-in. Here is James getting it from the throw from Aaron Wan-Bissaka. His Scott McTominay, who's in his best scoring season for United with 7 in total. Driving run season run into Franck Kessié, and he continues to run with it. Good challenge by Wan-Bissaka. Now it's with Hakan Çalhanoğlu, and he is fouled by Fred, and Milan have a free kick with the first 60 seconds of the game gone here, with the game being brought to you live from the San Siro, and it is goalless as the free kick is given by the referee, Dr. Felix Breich, the man in the middle tonight, wearing blue. AC Milan in their traditional red and black striped shirts with white shorts and white socks. United, of course, adopting a third kit of white with a lot of black across that shirt, almost, you could say, zebra print to an extent, with black shorts and black socks to go with it. Well, we've already seen Arsenal progress. Tottenham are having to do a lot more work if they are to make the quarterfinals under Jose Mourinho, so they need extra time potentially to get through there. But here at the moment, Milan hold the advantage as we are into the early stages of this one in one of Europe's biggest cathedrals, as everybody knows. Here's Greenwood on his right foot, plays it low. It's behind Rashford, who falls to the ground. Shaw coming up in support, but Sualio Mate is there to cover and defend as Milan have the ball inside their own half. And then clearing it away was Alexi Salimarcus as United get a throw. And it's a very positive start by United in 2.5 minutes here. Of course, they won on their last visit to the San Siro back in 2010, a 3-2 win in the Champions League round of 16. And then, of course, the following leg at Old Trafford, they absolutely wiped the floor with Milan and won 4-0. What was the last meeting over a two-legged affair between these two before they faced each other on Thursday. Here's Hernandez with the ball forward, looking for Castillejo. Lindelof went for it, but he's missed the header as Castillejo is flagged for offside. And you can see what they're probably looking to do. He did not just time his run, he did just step forward there, Castillejo. He did go into the back of Lindelof with an on. There is no doubt about it. As United take the free kick shot with Harry Maguire to Dean Henderson, hoping to atone for his error that he made last Thursday. Some say it was unlucky, some say it was an error. It is a contentious one, to say the least. It does spark a bit of a debate. Here is Simon Kjær, the Denmark captain, whose away goal is the difference for Milan and sees them have the slenderest advantages going into this second leg as they keep the ball in the opening stages. Here's Gianluigi Donnarumma to Kjær. Now it's with Fikayo Tomori, who's already earned a lot of praise since signing a loan from Chelsea. Hernandez. Poor ball is cut out by McTominay, sent forward by Mate. There's a flag up once again against Samu Castillejo, the Spaniard. And United will have a free kick. And you can already see inside the opening 4.25 minutes that Man United have got a very high line. And that Milan will be hoping that they can expose it. And the 2 times Castillejo has been left free and escaped the United defence, he's been flagged offside. As we are into the 4.5 minutes here from the game at the San Siro. Currently Milan 0, Manchester United 0 in this second leg of this round of 16 clash in the UEFA Europa League. Here is McTominay. Now up to the right with Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Here is Daniel James, the Welsh winger. Greenwood to Wan-Bissaka. Now to McTominay once again. Now Victor Lindelof. Harry Maguire. Coming inside to Milan's half. Here is Luke Shaw, of course, is back in the England squad today after the announcement earlier, such as his good form and performances over the last few months. Has caught the eye of Gareth Southgate, so much so for him he's been called up for the upcoming World Cup qualifiers against San Marino, Albania and Poland, which of course will be taking place over the next 12 to 14 days. Here is Donnarumma, and he's tried to play it to Tomori, but it's gone off Dan James. And Donnarumma's certainly letting Fikayo Tomori know about that pass into him. Well, Dan James was in between both Donnarumma and Tomori. It was a fairly comfortable pass back to him, but Dan James, as we know, is such a live wire, will chase things down and make life hard for the opposing defence and goalkeeper, but he's more successful with this pass here as Milan have it in their final 18 yards. It's a good ball forward to Çalhanoğlu. Here is Bruno Fernandes. He lets it run out of play for a throw-in right by the side of Stefano Pioli's technical area. Well, Milan, who had such a bright start to the Serie A campaign, have stuttered recently. Of course, their last few games has seen a bit of disappointment, you could say. Their away form has been better than their home form. In the league, they do like playing away from home. Here is Luke Shaw. He's in the Milan box. Kessié away. Here's Fred. And then well challenged by Çalhanoğlu, who's got to do a lot of defensive work tonight if he's to shut out this Manchester United midfield and attack. Here's Kessié, the Ivorian. Salimarcus to Kalulu. Kessié knocking it forward to Salimarcus, but McTominay's there to come across and knock it back to his goalkeeper, Dean Henderson, as you're listening to Football Commentary Live, the home of alternative commentary. And we are 7.5 minutes into this second leg of this round of 16 clashes. It is Milan 0, Manchester United 0 here at the San Siro, one of Europe's most iconic venues in what is always looking beautiful on a European night. And of course, even more telling with, of course, no supporters present, of course, inside the stadium. Still as such, the situation that is going on inside the world. United having possession in their own half, which Milan are quite happy to let them do. That was talked about pre-match, was the fact that Milan do allow their opponents a lot of time on the ball. Kalulu with the foot away. Here is Castillejo, gets it from Greenwood's poor knockback to his defence, and then United get it back as there's one poor clearance to Wan-Bissaka. So far, you could say a rather cautious and tentative start by both these sides. Fernandez manages to shield away from Tomori, who came a long, long way to step in there. He's almost playing as a CDM there, trying to win the ball off Bruno Fernandes, who was occupying a deep role there to receive the ball. Here's Donnarumma. Dynamo Zagreb have gone 3-0 up against Tottenham. What a comeback this is. Milav Orsic with the goal in the Croatian capital, who came into the game with their manager sent to prison, and yet their new manager in his first game is going to dump Tottenham out. Fernandes tried to play it through to McTominay, but Milan's defence stands firm. But United have it back with Shaw. Fred with a bit of space in the middle. Now to Bruno Fernandes, who, of course, has played in Italy. Of course, was a Sampdoria player a few years ago. Dan James to Harry Maguire. United are having the lion's share of possession so far, but as of yet to work. Gianluigi Donnarumma. Fernandes with the cross in. It's a poor one. And it's gone over Donnarumma's head and out for a Milan goal kick, as we are about to enter the first 10 minutes of play here. United against Italian opposition. It is the 36th meeting tonight against Italian opposition. 17 of them have been wins in all competitions, and they have beaten Milan on a few occasions in that time. Of course, more recently 2010 and was the big win when they, of course, won 7-2 on aggregate in the Champions League round of 16. That was really the start of the decline of Milan, if you like. Since the turn of the new decade, they've won just one Scudetto under Massimiliano Allegri, and then since then it has been real dark clouds surrounding the San Siro. Of course, they were on that spending spree a few years ago where they looked like a European side that was going to come out of the woodwork. But here's Dan James for Man United nonetheless, gets the ball in. But the ball intended for Greenwood was a low one and cut out by Simon Kjær. Here is now Greenwood. How he would love to silence the doubters and the critics following a run of 10 games without a goal or any assist to his name. Krunic, the Bosnian, to Çalhanoğlu. Castelletto's gone to the left. Is unable to keep that in as the ball drifts well beyond him and out for a Man United throw. Well, on their way to the round of 16, Milan, they had a real nervy round of 32 clash against Red Star Belgrade, in which they won on away goals. It was 2-2 in Serbia, and then, of course, they drew 1-0 at the San Siro, which, of course, was enough to send them through. At home in the Europa League, it has been one that's been worse than away. They're unbeaten away, but at home, they lost, of course, to Lille a few years ago. Fernandes gets it back from Shaw, but fires it over. And I mean, it was a shot that was off target and one that Fernandes should have done a lot better from. It was better play. It was around the edge of the box. Good play between Shaw and Fernandes. Shaw gets it in the box and then just cuts back, gives it to Fernandes on the edge of the box. You think Fernandes is going to get this on target, but he's got his head over the ball. He's leaning back. He's off balance and he fires it well and truly over the top, and no trouble for Donnarumma. United are pushing high their attacking players as they don't allow Milan to play out from the back. Kjær with the header away. Kessié was the man who wanted it, but Mate gave it to Kjær. Here is Hernandez, who was fouled by Dan James, and Milan have a free kick. Well, remember, you can follow us on Twitter. Our Twitter handle is @CommentaryLive1, or if you're not on Twitter, you can visit us on Facebook. The best way to follow Football Commentary Live, go to facebook.com/FootcomLive. So, of course, watch along, be involved in the discussion pre-match, half-time, during the game, and at full time. If you want, of course, your voice heard or your comment read out, then don't hesitate to do so. And it looked like at first that maybe Hernandez might have been fouled by Wan-Bissaka, but Milan got a throw in United's half. McTominay getting the header in there. James trying to acrobatically knock it forward, but instead has missed it. Is picked up by Mate. Krunic to Chawanolo in the middle. He likes to shoot from goal, but there's space on the right for Pierre Kalulu, who's in the United box. He cut it back to Salimarcus, but United are able to clear the danger that was presented upon them, and they safely negotiate it. Here is Kalulu. Mate's made the run down the right, but he goes in the middle to Salimarcus. He gets it back from Chawanolo, the young Belgian. Here's Franck Kessié. 10 goals to his name this season. The Ivorian shoots low. It's on target, but it's straightforward and easy for Dean Henderson to deal with. And that's the first any sight that Milan have had in the opening quarter of an hour here, with this game, of course, still remaining goalless, remember. Yeah, it was good build-up play by Milan. It was all in the middle of the pitch, wasn't it? They were all just sort of in a close proximity to one another, and it came to Franck Kessié, and he struck it from distance. He must have been about 20 yards out. He got the drive on it, but the angle was just straight under the nose of Dean Henderson, and it was easy for him to deal with. Slavia Prague have scored against Rangers. Peter Olajinka has scored in that, so the Scottish champions, the newly elected Scottish champions, might be on their way out. Wan-Bissaka against Hernandez. Sees Hernandez win that duel, but he's kicked it straight against Wan-Bissaka, but luckily the bouncing ball goes straight to Franck Kessié. Now to Pierre Kalulu, starting to see a little bit more of the ball now in the last couple of minutes. The young French defender who, of course, replaced Manchester United loanee Diogo Dalot in the lineup tonight. Here is Simon Kessié. Chawanolu's in space on the left. Hernandez is the man who he picks out instead, and then Fikayo Tomori has the ball at his feet. You can see United pushing up, employing really, really high. I mean, we've seen the change already that Greenwood's almost occupying a role down the left-hand side on that channel, playing up against Pierre Kalulu, and then Rashford's gone down the middle. So effectively, you've got Fernandes, if you like, playing right behind Rashford. Not the best kick by Donnarumma, not the best return by McTominay, who's giving it straight to Simon Kessié, then knocks it forward into United's half. Lindelof heads it to Wan-Bissaka, who's got a bit of work to do. He's been crowded out here by Rada Krunic, but he's able to muster his way out of it. But McTominay's unable to do so there. Well played by Chawanolu to win it for Milan. Kessié to Krunic. Chawanolu once again. Salimarcus, the Belgian. Now to Simon Kessié. Tomori. Both sides content with having the ball so far, but yet to really create that telling opportunity that's worked any goalkeeper. And the only thing any keeper has had to do so far was that straightforward save for Dean Henderson from Franck Kessié's shot around about 15 minutes in. There's Donnarumma on the ball. Tomori. Hernandez. United in Europe away from home. They lost 2 of their 3 away in the Champions League. Istanbul, Başakşehir beat them in Turkey. And of course, RB Leipzig beat them in Germany in the final match day in December, which of course forced them to go into the UEFA Europa League. And of course, since then, they travelled to Italy to play Sociedad. So they have a history of winning in this country already. They thumped Sociedad 4-0 at the Juventus Stadium in Turin with Dan James, Rashford, Fernandes on the score sheet in that game. Lovely ball through to Shaw, who's got the pace to get in the Milan box. He tries to knock it back to Rashford and Greenwood, who were the supporting army. But it bounced off a Milan player, and United have their first corner of the night. Yeah, it was a lovely ball through to Shaw. First time we've seen him make the run in behind the Milan defence, but Kalulu catches up with him and just gets in front of the cross to not allow the ball to be cut back to Greenwood or Rashford. United's corner, which Fernandes is going to take. We are yet to see Harry Maguire get his name on the score sheet this season for United. Good delivery in. Donnarumma with the palm away, and then it is cleared fully away by Marcus, the AC Milan number 56. I've got quite an orthodox squad number list, AC Milan, and then the cross back in from the left-hand side is a poor one, has gone out of play. And just showing the replay in front of me, that Donnarumma palm away, and it was a commanding one by the Milan goalkeeper as he was unopposed. He had no player around him. He was able to send that away quite a long way away, in fact. Kalulu's clearance is bounced off Fred. Is Rashford. First time we've seen him tonight. Shot is blocked by Franck Kessié. Here is Rashford, who goes down. The referee, Felix Bray, says no foul. And Milan come forward here with Samu Castelletto, who's on this left-hand side. Gives it to Kessié. Now to Çalhanoğlu. Likes to occupy position in the middle. The Milan number 10, playing like his number's namesake. Simon Kjær. Kalulu. There's only 2 Milan players not inside the United half at the moment. That's Tomori and the goalie Donnarumma. And then the pass by Marcus can't find Çalhanoğlu. United can break here with Dan James, who gets it from Fernandes, who plays it left. He picks out Greenwood. Dan James has gone in alone, but it's a really good challenge by Fikayo Tomori. Dan James is saying that should have been a penalty, but he won the ball cleanly. And had Dan James looked up and seen on his left-hand side that Mason Greenwood was up in support and in a better position than himself, United may have been 1 goal up in this second leg, which currently is 0-0. So United are unable to cancel out Simon Kjær's late equaliser at Old Trafford a week ago. Here is Tomori. Mate runs straight into McTominay as United win it back. Fred just getting his feet sort of caught amongst one another, but it's gone all the way through to Henderson via Samu Castelletto deflection. Well, this is the incident again. Dan James really broke through well, and Tomori does sort of come across him first. He certainly does go into the side of Dan James, but is it enough to really say it was too forceful and too overly aggressive from Fikayo Tomori? I'm not so sure, and I think the referee, Felix Bray, made the right decision. Çalhanoğlu can't get around the big wall that is Harry Maguire, who stood his ground and stood firm to just get in front of him. And then Rashford's flick on bounces off Pierre Kalulu, and United have a throw in just inside their own half. Well, remember early on in the first game we brought you on our doubleheader tonight from the Europa League, Arsenal progressed despite Olympiacos beating them at the Emirates Stadium by 1-0. As Yusuf El Arabi scored to win 1-0 for the Greek champions, but it wasn't enough as Arsenal, who won the first leg 3-1 in Piraeus a week ago, are through to the quarterfinals, finally avenging the defeat that they suffered to the Greek side at this stage of the competition a year ago. Remember as well, there was another game being played between an English side. Tottenham were 2-0 up from the first leg against Dinamo Zagreb. They now are 3-0 down in that game. And as it stands, heading out, that of course is in extra time, remember. If Tottenham are to score, they'll go through on the away goals rule. And that would be catastrophic for Tottenham, who of course have got high hopes to win the Europa League. But this is a good run by Hernandez. He's got Castelletto to the left. He might go it alone. It's a really good run, but he just cannot do enough. And Harry Maguire is there to clear it out for a throw, to clear it for a Milan corner. But it was a great run. He just took matters into his own hands, Hernandez. It's taken quickly. Çalhanoğlu with the ball in. Maguire underneath it. It's gone out for a throw, but it was a brilliant run by Theo Hernandez. He just decided to take matters into his own hands, just driving them at the United defence, and he almost went unopposed. No United challenge, really, apart from Wan-Bissaka at the start of his run, and he got into the box, and eventually he just took that one touch too many. It was an overhit one as Maguire was able to just knock it out with his right foot for a corner. In by Kalulu with the throw. It's Chawanolu set up for. He's miskicked it. It bounced off a United head. Fell kindly for Chawanolu, but he just could not get any real contact on it. Fernandez this time miskicks it. So Chawanolu's just done that for Milan in the United penalty area. And then Bruno Fernandes has just done that for United. But Milan have given it away. Is Greenwood. Goes to find Fred, who he picks out. Fred will get the shot away, but it's an easy one for Gianluigi Donnarumma to save. This is the penalty again. You do see he does go into the side of Dan James. There is no question about it, but he does take the ball from the side, and then you see Hernandez's run. Luke Shaw has to come the other side of the pitch from the left into the middle, near the right-hand side. You just close him down, and it's a good challenge. It's a good clearance in the end by Maguire. You've got to say, where's the United midfielder? The left-back Hernandez is allowed to just stroll forward as much as he is. Confirmation that Tottenham have been humiliated in Croatia. They were 2 up, remember. Zagreb had knocked them out 3-2 after extra time, which means that there will not be a full list of British representation, English representation from the round of 16 to the quarterfinals. Here is Hernandez, Chawanolu, Salimarcus, Chawanolu again. Kessier's gone to the right, down the line with the short ball to Chawanolu, who's onside. McTominay's tight. He played it to the edge of the box, but there was no red and black shirt there. And in the end, United just send the ball clear. But so far, so good from a Milan point of view. Remember, they hold the advantage after Simon Kjær's late equaliser. Should any side get 2 tonight, it won't have extra time. Should it stay 0-0 or someone wins 1-0 either side, it won't have extra time. Remember, 1-1 will, in 90 minutes, will take it to extra time. But if it stays like this at 0-0 or 1-0 either side or 2 goals for any side, of course, we know that it will be decided in 90 minutes. Wan-Bissaka to Dan James. Taking on Theo Hernandez. Gets the cross in, and Donnarumma, under no United pressure, is able to just watch that and just take it in his grasp without fuss. But it is a game that you would have expected beforehand. Very, very tight. Both sides having a lot of the ball. It's a game where you just sort of feel your way into it. You just wait to see what the other team does. Chawanolu with the ball to Castillejo, who leaves it as he was offside, but Rada Krunic wasn't. And United concede a throw. Kieran McKenna right in front of the 4th official, Christian Dingert, explaining to him that there was the offside there. As we are heading into the 27th minute. Milan 0, Man United 0. In this encounter, there's only been 1 draw between these 2 sides in the meetings that they faced in European competition. And that, of course, came last week. And in the previous the previous 11 meetings prior to the draw last week, United had won 5 and Milan had won 5. So this is the 12th meeting tonight with, of course, one of the 11 being a draw. So this is a game where usually someone does come out on top. United have a throw with Luke Shaw. Throws it forward to Fernandez. Clever flick inside to Fred. Made that look easy, Fernandez. Here's Wan-Bissaka to Dan James. It has been predominantly down this AC Milan left tonight. Here is Wan-Bissaka. Now Dan James to Scott McTominay. James has it once more. Wan-Bissaka down the line. Gets the cross in. It's gone off Rada Krunic. And United have got a corner down the Milan left. Yeah, it was nice play. Wan-Bissaka's onside. Tomori is the one who plays him on when the ball does get played through by James before he steps up. And this presents a really good chance. United's second corner that they are about to take. Fernandez, of course, took from the left-hand side. Shaw's taken from the right-hand side. So 2 in-swingers United are favouring. It'll be the in-swinging left of Shaw to the back post. Maguire gets up with Simon Kjær. And it has gone off the United skipper's head. And it's a Milan goal kick. Yeah, it's going to be a fair old tussle, isn't it? An interesting tussle. 2 big centre-halves who do like the attacking of the crossing or corners. And Kjær gets up. Probably gets up a little bit too early for me. And then it just sort of goes off the back of his head. And it sort of causes Maguire to sort of try and knock it on. But it's just sort of gone off the side of his head rather than anything else. And out for a Milan goal kick. Çalhanoğlu to Kalulu. Down the line to Salemakers. Will he get there ahead of Maguire? He will do just that. The Belgian. Kalulu gets it back. Tried to get away from Fred, but Fred makes a really good challenge. And Milan have a throw-in down on the United right-hand side. The game, as I said, is finally poised. Listening to Football Commentary Live, the home of alternative commentary, with me, your commentator Matt Hulls, as the throw-in is a waste by Milan, as Kalulu trying to get it back from Sawilo Mate, but is unfortunately on the wrong end of the pass. Not the best clearance by United. Is Krunic, the Bosnian, gives it to Kessié. Çalhanoğlu come back from an offside position, but then he is unable to get on the ball as Wan-Bissaka clears it forward. Fernandez flicks it forward to Greenwood. Kjær steps in. Here is Hernandez. Krunic couldn't find Salemakers, who was the man he was looking for down the middle. Fred runs into Sawilo Mate. And as United get it back from Milan, Milan go and get it back. So both sides, ball retention in the last 30 seconds or so has been really, really poor. And that is another example there as Salemakers and Kalulu there get caught in the crosshairs, if you like, as Wan-Bissaka has the ball at his feet. Gives it to James, who's got his back to goal, but he gives it back to the United centre-back Lindelof, who clears it away first time. Fernandez to Dan James. As we know, he's quick. Donnarumma's had a long way, and instead of clearing it first time, just takes it under control so casually and brilliantly, I have to add, Donnarumma, as he sends it forward. Krunic with the foot in, as McTominay's not allowed to get the ball under control. But United have it in Milan's half as Fernandez's ball is overhit and beyond Dan James, as it just rolls on through to the feet of Gianluigi Donnarumma, as we are heading into the final quarter of an hour of this first half, with it still Milan 0, Manchester United 0, and on aggregate 1-1, remember. Amad Diallo's opener cancelled out by the Simon Kjær equaliser, which, of course, had a big helping hand courtesy of the United keeper, Dean Henderson. Fred has got the last touch here. He's chasing it down to try and stop it going for a corner, but the Turkish midfielder, Hakan Çalhanoğlu, gets his body up and will leave that and let it roll out for a Milan corner. Well, they are playing without a recognised striker, Milan, so far. Of course, Rebic not playing. Ibrahimovic just coming back from an injury. Leao is injured so far, yet they haven't really come up with a chance. What's going to happen here from this corner is Çalhanoğlu takes away by Fernandez. It's away at the near post to the right. Flicked on by Sawilo Mate, and just went a little bit beyond Simon Kjær as he was trying to chase that down as it rolled on through to Dean Henderson. But United have got more to give, you feel. They need to start imposing themselves just that little bit more. The only chance they've had was that Fred opportunity, which was never going to trouble Gianluigi Donnarumma from that far out, and was easy for him to take. Here is Victor Lindelof to centre-back partner Maguire with the diagonal ball to the left. Finds Shaw, who takes over the control off his trap. Well, it bounced off his trap, rather, and Kalulu just knocks it safely to Kjær. Kalulu with the foot in there. He's having a good game tonight, the young French right-back. Krunic to Kalulu, who's in the middle of the pitch, right on the halfway line. He'll go to the right, will he, to Chawanolu. Instead, he decides to go to Sawilo Mate. Kessié and Mate playing 1-2 amongst each other in the middle of the pitch. Now Hernandez. Fikayo Tomori, who recently said that he wants to keep impressing the Milan great Paolo Maldini, who is on the board these days at the Rossoneri. Castillejo, Maguire competing there. Maguire with a clean challenge as he leaves one on Castillejo. Of course, United within their rights not to stop this game as it's not a head injury. Felix Breich, the referee, is certainly happy for play to continue as we are entering the final 10 minutes of this first half here on Football Commentary Live with the score at 0-0. United with the ball at their feet as Milan are having every player back inside their own half. Castello back up on his feet, just sort of trying to get back up to speed here as he's high up the pitch. McTominay away from Kessié. Fernandez to McTominay. United are having possession in the midfield. Not really able to penetrate Milan so far, but it's a poor pass. And Samu Castillejo now has it at his feet. Kessié's up in support. Lindelof had to get the sliding challenge right, and he did that. And it was one bad pass that allowed Milan to get up the pitch and create an opportunity. But luckily, Victor Lindelof's there to save the day and not allow Kessié to go on Castillejo's pass. He needs to put a lot more on it, Castillejo. It's those fine margins when Kessié's done all the hard work, getting up in the support. You've got to expect a bit more pace on the ball, not a bit more of a firmer pass than that. It looked a little bit lazy to me, and United there were able to just sort of retreat quickly and do the defending well. Krunic to Kessié. Krunic gets it back to Bosnian in the United box. Chawanolu now to Pierre Kalulu. He'll cross it in, looking for Krunic away by McTominay. Crucial header by the Scottish midfielder. Dan James to Greenwood. Fernandez inside his own half was put under serious pressure by those Milan players, but then United are able to clear their lines. Kalulu's header was sort of swerving and twisting all over the place in the air, but they still have it at their feet. Here is the young French right back who gives it to Castillejo, who's been fouled by Luke Shaw, and the linesman on that side puts his flag up there. Stefan Lupin says AC Milan free kick. I think Shaw won't be getting a yellow card for that, and instead Milan have a free kick right by the right-hand touchline. Long way out. Chalanolu, who is their regular free kick taker, will no doubt put this ball into the box. United's defensive line is starting all the way on the edge of the box. He goes short to Rada Krunic. Maybe they're thinking of something from the training ground. Kiedris to the back post on that left-hand side, heads it across. Maguire for United is able to cut out the danger. Hernandez to Franck Kessié. And then now it's Kalulu. Here is Hernandez. Kalulu again, who's playing as the centre-back at the time being. Gives it to Donnarumma. Milan now have the ball in their own half with Fikayo Tomori. Well, there is a great element of respect between these two sides on show tonight. There is no doubt about it. Both sides have shown that they can keep the ball, and they have shown that they can produce misplaced passes like that from Sawilo Mate, the Torino loanee, with his parent club struggling in Serie A. He swapped that for a team competing for the Champions League. Remember, Milan, second in Serie A. Like Manchester United, there is a considerable gap between them and their city rivals. Of course, United, as we know, are second in the Premier League table with a 14-point gap, whilst Milan are 9 points behind their rivals in blue, the Nerazzurri of Internazionale. And of course, there will be, it feels like a new champion in Italy as Juve have dominated over the last few years or so. 9 years to, 8 years to be precise. Here is Greenwood. That's a lovely ball to send it out to Shaw. He's going to keep that in play. Took it under control, Greenwood, and then just volleyed it to the left-hand side. And Shaw sprinted as fast as he could to keep that in and did so well. Heading into the final 6 minutes of the first half. Still no score here at the San Siro. These two great European heavyweights so far cancelling each other out. Here is Victor Lindelof, the Swede. Of course, has great memories of playing inside this stadium in particular. Of course, it was where Sweden secured qualification for the World Cup in 2018 as they broke a nation's heart. Here is in Italy. Remember that 0-0 draw was enough to send Sweden through, but dump the Italians out and not see them qualify for the World Cup. Crossfield ball by Maguire, taken under control by Dan James. Wan-Bissaka down the line, but he just sort of stumbles in the turf, and the final touch is off the United right back, and it's a Milan throw. Well, the notable name on the bench is Zlatan Ibrahimovic in his second spell with the Rossoneri, 39 years of age. Had a great 18 months, you could say, at United. He was the match winner in the League Cup final 4 years ago. He, of course, didn't play any part in the Europa League final in his native Sweden, but, of course, very much helped them get to the final and ultimately win it against Ajax under Jose Mourinho. Here is Salimarcus. Will we get a breakthrough right before half-time in a game where the chances have been very limited? Here's Hernandez. Through to Krunic. Kessié. Chance opens up for Salimarcus, who joins it low, and Henderson is able to palm it to his left and out for a Milan corner. But that's the best opening either side has had inside 41 minutes. Lovely build-up play in the middle. They worked it well. They just drew the United players out to the left. There was that big space that was left by Fred. Beautifully played to Alexis Salimarcus. And he got the shot down low to Henderson. Pretty straightforward for the United number 2 to deal with, who has played every game in the Europa League, incidentally. As Dean Henderson keeping 2 clean sheets from 3 games. Chalnor would take the corner from the right. Kessié tried to flick it on. It looked like it bounced off Fernandez, but the linesman, Stefan Loop, puts his flag down the middle to say it is a United goal kick. Well, remember, you can follow our Twitter page. Our Twitter handle is @CommentaryLive1. And then, of course, if you do not have a Twitter account, or you just simply can't find us on Twitter, why not visit our Facebook page? The best way to follow Football Commentary Live. Go to facebook.com/FootComLive. Remember, Arsenal through to the Europa League quarter-finals. They're in towards the draw tomorrow. Despite losing the second leg at home to Olympiacos, Tottenham, they've stole the headlines. They were 2-0 up from the first leg, and they are dumped out following a loss. There was a shout for a handball against Rashford as Kessié went to attack it. Bounced off the arm of Rashford, but it was tucked in. He certainly did not know a lot about it, Rashford, as he was facing side on. Suwaila Mate fouled by Fred, who's going to probably get a bit of a talking to from the referee, Felix Breich. But as I said, Tottenham out, remember, 2-0 up from the first leg. 2 Harry Kane goals. Looked like they'd done the job, but the Croatian side have completed a superb comeback. They took the game to extra time with 2 goals, and then Mislav Orsic with the goal to send the Croatian champions through, who, of course, came into the game with their manager being sent to prison, and, of course, a new coach in Damir Kushnar sending the team through in his first game in charge. Not a bad thing to do in your first game in charge, nonetheless. Final 2 minutes of the half. Still 0-0 here from the game live from the San Siro. Milan 0, United 0 in this second leg of this round of 16 Europa League contest. Shaw to Rashford. Fred in the middle of the pitch. Shaw gets it back to McTominay. Poor ball by McTominay. United playing the midfield is just simply not being good enough. Has it? McTominay and Fred really haven't been able to play the telling passes. Fernandez is cut an isolated figure in the middle of the pitch. It is a half that I think Milan will be the happiest about, no doubt about it. Kier with the ball forward. Castelletto's trying to get on the outside of Lindelof, but the Swedish defender watches it well. Here is Hernandez driving forward for Milan. He'll go for goal. Wasn't the right option as Krunic, the Bosnian, was to his left, and Wan-Bissaka was right in front of the shot as it bounced off his knee and out for a Milan throw as we head into the final 50 seconds of the first half, in which we'll probably get a minute of stoppage time, or we could even see no stoppage time given the lack of stoppages in the game. Here's Franck Kessié to Hernandez. Really stole the plaudits on an individual note last Thursday night at Old Trafford. United are able to come away with it with Fernandez, who plays a telling ball forward, or it looked at first, but Simon Kier is able to deal with it. We've seen Rashford play a real deep defensive role tonight. Greenwood was the only United player forward trying to chase that Fernandez ball down. But here come Milan with Salimarcus, Çalhanoğlu and Krunic up in support. Salimarcus slows it down. It's gone to Krunic, but it's wide. Well, Salimarcus got the cross in. It was behind Çalhanoğlu. And it looked like it might have gone behind Rada Krunic, but United's defence. And I think it was Wan-Bissaka in the way of it, but it doesn't get a touch off the United defender. And it goes out of play for a goal kick. But there's the halftime whistle as Bruno Fernandes is chatting to the referee, Dr. Felix Breich, at the end of it. It's been a half where we've not seen many chances. It's been two European greats respecting one another that they truly deserve. And so far, cancelling each other out from the San Siro. It is AC Milan 0, Manchester United 0.
Thank you very much, Mel. We'll be back with you in around about 15 minutes' time for second half action. Well, in about 15 or so minutes' time, just before the kick-off in around about 9 o'clock in about 10 or so minutes' time. The ready for the second half between AC Milan and Manchester United. Currently 1-0 on the night, 1-1 in aggregate. So as things stand, AC Milan heading through on the away goals. It's Villarreal 2, Dynamo Kiev 0, 4-0 on aggregate for Villarreal now. George Moreno with the second goal there. He got the first one on 30 minutes. He scored the second on 36. Rangers losing to Slavia Prague by a goal to 0. Peter Olyinka on 40 minutes, 2-1 to Slavia Prague. On aggregate, Ajax are winning 1-0, 4-0 on aggregate away to Young Boys. And obviously this game you've heard AC Milan 0, Manchester United 0, 1-1 on aggregate. If you are just joining us, where were you? Earlier on tonight, myself and Mike Ornament brought you live commentary on Arsenal against Olympiacos, as Olympiacos knocked Arsenal out. Well, beat Arsenal in the night, but Arsenal knocked them out on aggregate 3-2, with El Arabi scoring in the past 3 meetings between the two sides. Tottenham are out, losing 3-0 to Dynamo Zagreb. Miroslav Orsic with an hat-trick in that game, scoring his first on 62 minutes, his second on 82, and then he completed his hat-trick in the 106th minute of the game at the start, just after the start of the second period of extra times. So Tottenham are out, losing 3-0 on the night, 3-2 on aggregate. Rangers losing on the night, and on aggregate Slavia Prague 1-0 on the night, 2-1 on aggregate at half time. So many games happening today. We've got some commentaries coming up this weekend for you. On Saturday, join Matt Iles at lunchtime as Bournemouth take on Southampton in the FA Cup. That is at 12:15 for that one. Then at 5:30, 5:15, join new commentator Jack Cunningham as he will bring you commentary from Everton versus Manchester City. And then straight after that one, join Mike Orneman again as he brings you live commentary on Brighton and Hove Albion against Newcastle United from the Premier League. And we'll be having more commentaries over the next few days as well. On Saturday afternoon, probably around about 3 o'clock, I may cover one of the Sky Championship matches, which will involve Watford against Birmingham. So I'll probably bring you that one that's not been finalised yet, but possibly Watford against Birmingham. Maybe our live 3 o'clock offering on Saturday afternoon with yours truly, Russ. Then some great fixtures coming up for in the Premier League this weekend. Tomorrow night, Friday night, 8 o'clock at Craven Cottage sees Fulham, who really need a win to keep pressure on Newcastle and teams above them in the table. Taking on the Leeds United side, and who are doing fairly well this season. Leeds have not won in London since 2017 and have not won in London they've not won in London all season. Last chance to see if we can break their London hoodoo with a win at Craven Cottage against Fulham. That's tomorrow night. Saturday we'll see the only Premier League game covered by Mike Orneman, Brighton against Newcastle. On Sunday there is two Premier League matches. West Ham United versus Arsenal at 3 o'clock. Aston Villa versus Tottenham at 7:30. Tottenham will be looking to put tonight's disappointment behind them when they travel to Villa Park to take on Aston Villa. Also on Sunday, Chelsea versus Sheffield United at 1:30 in the FA Cup quarter-final. Leicester City versus Manchester United is at 5 o'clock on Sunday as well. And then next Thursday is International Week. And next Thursday also, guys, is the start of the UEFA Under-21 European Championship action, which sees England involved in the UEFA Under-21 European Championships. England against Switzerland is at 2 o'clock, and we'll see that. And you'll be able to hear that coverage here on Football Commentary Live with myself, Russ Vernon, from around about 1:45 in the afternoon for that one. And then next live Under-21 offering is on Sunday the 28th at 8 o'clock kickoff, where Portugal take on England. And the third and final group game is a 5 o'clock kickoff on 31st of March, Croatia versus England Under-21. And I can bring you the Under-21 squad for the European Championships, which is taking place in Hungary and Slovenia. And this is England squad chosen by manager Eddie Boothroyd. Joseph Bursick, Josh Griffiths, and Aaron Ramsdale are your goalkeepers. Max Aarons, Ben Godfrey, Margui, Lloyd Kelly, Ryan Sessegnon, Stephen Sessegnon should I say, Yafet Tanganga, Ben Wilmot, Tom Davis, Abiche Eze, Conor Gallagher, Curtis Jones, Dwight McNeil, Oliver Skip, Ryan Brewster, Mason Greenwood, Callum Hudson-Odoi, Noyon McKenzie, Maduke, Neon Maduke, Eddie Nketiah, and Emil Smith-Rowe. And I'll just bring Matthias back in a second. I'll just run you through the squad today, which has been announced for the World Cup qualifiers, which have got in March. And I'll just run you through those ones, which are taking on San Marino next Thursday, Albania the following Sunday, the 28th, and then Poland on the 31st. And the England squad is Steve Henderson, Sam Johnston, Nick Pope, Ben Chilwell, Conor Cody, Eric Dyer, Reece James, Aaron Maguire, Tyrone Mings, Luke Shaw, John Stones, Kieran Trippier, Kyle Walker, Jude Bellingham, Phil Foden, Jesse Lingard, Mason Mount, Calvin Phillips, Declan Rice, James Ward-Prowse, Dominic Calvert-Lewin, Harry Kane, Marcus Rashford, Bukayo Saka, Raheem Sterling, and Ollie Watkins is that squad for the World Cup qualifier next week. And we'll fetch Matt in now and looking ahead to the World Cup qualifiers that we've got coming up next Thursday, the first one, as I've just
Yep.
mentioned, against San Marino, then Albania on the Sunday the 28th, and then Poland on the 31st of March, a week this coming Wednesday, 2 weeks yesterday. In the England squad, was you surprised with the inclusion of Ollie Watkins over someone like Patrick Bamford? If I just read you some stats out from the Premier League for both Bamford and Watkins. Bamford 28 appearances, 13 goals, 5 assists, compared to Watkins 27 appearances, 10 goals, 3 assists. Are you surprised that Bamford, with that record compared to Watkins' record, has not been included in this squad today, this afternoon?
It doesn't come as a great surprise, to be honest, that Watkins has been chosen over Bamford. It was certainly well up for debate. I think Bamford is very, very unlucky. He's certainly surprised a lot of people with how good he's been this season for Leeds. I think it's 13 goals in the Premier League for Leeds. I could be wrong. Correct me if I am wrong, Russ. And obviously Watkins, I think, obviously he's had a bit of a drier spell. He started the season like a house on fire, didn't he? You know, he was out of the traps fast and he sort of adjusted to the Premier League like a duck to water. So as it's sort of gone on in the last few months, Bamford sort of had the better of the two, whilst Watkins sort of started the better of the two. So they've both been quite similar. I think, you know, Southgate will probably look at it from a tactical point of view. Obviously, Watkins is a bit more of a powerful striker. You know, when you've got Kane in the form that he's been in for Tottenham in all competitions, Calvert-Lewin is in the squad as well. Whoever was going to be there, Bamford or Watkins, they're going to be the second choice. Oh, well, the third choice in this situation. So I think probably from a tactical point of view, you look at Watkins, he's a bit more bad, a bit physical. You know, he can play on the last shoulder, be the hard defensive, player they can be and embrace the physical side of it. And you look at Bamford, you know, he's the more quicker of the two. Yes, you know, certainly what he brings in his game is probably a lot better. Certainly will bring a lot more than Watkins. But I just feel possibly the tactical point of view on that. So I'm not too surprised about it, but I don't think it's going to cause too much of a stir because, you know, they're really, whoever was going to go out the two of them is only going to be there to probably play a few minutes if they're lucky. And obviously you'd have to consider that Kane or Calvert-Lewin is probably going to, you know, be the starters against, you know, San Marino in particular. I mean, I don't know how he approaches I mean, as the week goes on, you know, the games get tougher. I mean, Poland's the toughest game in the group, so he's probably put his biggest hitters. So you'd expect probably Calvert-Lewin will play over Kane against San Marino. But as I said, you know, the minutes will be scarce, but kind of got a bit off topic and got a bit off a tangent. But yeah, sort of not too surprised, but it's not going to be a real shock to see Watkins over Bamford because they won't get as many minutes as probably some people are maybe expecting to.
Yes, and this is what Southgate had to say regarding the Watkins and Bamford debate earlier on this afternoon. He was speaking at his press conference when announcing the squad this afternoon.
Watkins, why has he got the nod? And how close was Patrick Bamford to being included?
Yeah, very close. There's a number of positions on the pitch in this squad that there are some really close calls, and we felt we wanted an extra striker in the squad. We're really pleased with Harry. We're really pleased with Dominic Calvert-Lewin and what they've done. Tammy Abraham hasn't really been involved for Chelsea over the last sort of 4 to 6 weeks. And both Ollie and Patrick in particular, you know, their goals record has been good. We like the personalities of both. Ollie is a player that we've had less interaction with in the past. It's going to be good to get to know him. We like his pressing. We like his the speed and the runs in behind. He's got some improvement to make in linking the game, but for his first season in the Premier League at a big club, he's done exceptionally well. So yeah, that's been a really close call because all of the things I've said there about Ollie, I could have said for Patrick as well. So he's very unfortunate, and who knows? You know, we could be sitting here in a few days' time, and we've had a problem, and Patrick's a player that we're very much looking at as well.
That's the thoughts there of England boss Gareth Southgate, and there's the thoughts what he had to say regarding the two that we mentioned there. Matt, before the second half gets underway, what do you make to Southgate's comments there?
Interesting, isn't it? I mean, he's obviously probably spent a lot of time deliberating over it, and he's obviously gone with the decision to put Watkins in over Bamford. But obviously, if Bamford keeps going the way he is, and any sort of player pulls up, he's the next in line, isn't he? The next in waiting, if you like.
Yes, the players are ready for the second half right now over in Milan, where Manchester United currently are level on aggregate 1-1, level on the 9 0-0. Looks as though Paul Pogba is getting ready to be introduced for Manchester United this evening at half time in any second now. So what we'll do is tell you through that substitution who is come on for and the second half commentary. Let's hand over to your match commentator for the second half, Matthias.
Thank you very much, Russ. Well, we are about to find out who Paul Pogba will come on for, but of course he isn't going to come onto the field of play yet. He's got to cover the white sort of bottom half of his sock with black tape, of course, such as the strict protocol in UEFA that the tape has to be matching with your sock colour. So Pogba will be coming on now. We'll get the final confirmation. So off goes Marcus Rashford, who, of course, did go off injured against Manchester City 11 days ago, is replaced by Paul Pogba, who has missed the last 10 games with an injury. And, of course, it is nice to see him back on the pitch and how they need him on the pitch, someone to get the ball down and play. And, of course, he's very familiar with this stadium. He scored here for Juventus back on the 9th of April in 2016 in a 2-1 win when he was at Juventus, in which they were so dominant. Of course, as former Milan manager Massimiliano Allegri was the manager back then of the Bianconeri. Second half underway here, 30 seconds into it. Here's Dan James. I'll go through the two lineups and substitutes in a few minutes' time. Here is Victor Lindelof with Harry Maguire. I'll go through the teams now. Milan line up with Gianluigi Donnarumma in goal. Back four, Kalulu, Tomori, Kier, Teo Hernandez. And then the two holding midfielders, Sawilo Meite and Franck Kessier. Then it's the three of Alexis Salimarcus, Hakan Çalhanoğlu, Rada Krunic, and Samu Castellejo for Milan that completes the 11. The subs, Cipran Tatarushanu, Diogo Dallo, Matteo Gabbia, Ismail Benasser, Sandro Tonali, Brahim Diaz, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, and Ricardo Tonin. United are Dean Henderson in goal, Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Maguire, Shaw. Two midfield, McTominay, Fred, and Pogba is a three. And then it looks like at the start of the second half, it is Fernandes, Greenwood, and James. So, of course, Rashford replaced by Paul Pogba. Bit of a faster start to the second half here by United as they have it now with Luke Shaw. He's inside Milan's half now with the ball at his feet. Of course, there was big discussion between me and Russ about the England squad announcement. And, of course, Luke Shaw is finally back in it after such impressive performances and rave reviews as Manchester United have been sitting in second in the league and, of course, fighting on three fronts. Of course, one front looks out of reach in terms of the Premier League, whilst this one here in the Europa League, they've got work to do. They need one more goal to cancel out Simon Kjær's late equaliser in the first leg. With this at 0-0, Milan and the Rossoneri are through to the last eight of the UEFA Europa League. Here is Fred to Paul Pogba. Now to Bruno Fernandes. Diagonal ball is a beautiful one to Wan-Bissaka, who's in the box. Short one to Dan James, who goes on the turn, is blocked. Beyond Fred is Pogba, draws it back in. Fred went with the back heel, but it's gone off a Milan player who can't get it out. Here's Pogba, who scores for Manchester United. Milan made a right mess of clearing the danger. And Paul Pogba, who's only been on the pitch around 3 minutes, has put United 1-0 up here at the San Siro. And they finally equaled Simon Kjær's late equaliser at Old Trafford 7 days ago. United are 1 up on the night and are now 2-1 up on aggregate here at the San Siro. Well, it's a real messy goal to concede. Milan have just got to clear their lines. You can see Tomori on the goal line absolutely blowing their fuse. They had not one, not two, but 3 attempts to clear. Meite tried to clear it against Fred. And it's just bounced off him into Pogba's path. And he's got all day to pick his finish. Donnarumma doesn't really know whether to come out or just stand and hope that Pogba misses. But it is absolutely bewildering the fact that no Milan player went to charge Paul Pogba down. And to be given the simplest of finishes like that is an absolute travesty from a Milan defensive point of view. Here is Mason Greenwood. Posted through to James, just a touch off it as he was looking for McTominay. Fernandes was running onto it, but Milan are able to just get a toe to it away as United have made such a fantastic start to the second half, hoping for it to get a whole lot better. Greenwood to James. Tomori does well against the Welsh winger, and Franck Kessier brings it forward. Now it's Samu Castellejo. It's advantage Manchester United. Ball through to Salimarcus, who is onside. No flag. United have stopped a little bit here, and he gets the shot away, Salimarcus. It was a tight angle. Henderson had to save, and then the clearance is bounced off Rada Krunic and into Henderson's hands. Well, he was onside. Luke Shaw played him on. It was a great decision by the linesman down that side, Mark Borsch, and then Salimarcus came inside of Wan-Bissaka, got the shot away. Henderson pushed it out, and then as the clearance from the United defence bounced off Krunic, it went safely into the hands of Dean Henderson. If you're just rejoining us on Football Commentary Night, the home of alternative commentary, Paul Pogba's goal 3 minutes into the second half has got United 1-0 up on the night here in Milan, and 2-1 up on aggregate in this game. Roma, Granada, Dinamo Zagreb, Just one of the 3 sides to go through. Arsenal, of course, already through. So we will have at least one English representation. United, as it stands, going through. Rangers have got work to do. The newly crowned Scottish champions. Fernandes with the ball to Paul Pogba, who's almost playing as a left midfielder. And he takes it magnificently under close control. Into the box he goes. Greenwood with his back to goal. Gets the shot away. But it's saved by Gianluigi Donnarumma. And we're starting to see Mason Greenwood more into this game in this second half. Well, Pogba coming on has just changed the complexion for United. He's really turned the screw. Beautiful ball by Fernandes. They didn't really have that wide outlook from a midfielder or an attacker in that first half in Manchester United. But Pogba comes inside, plays a beautiful ball to Greenwood. He likes to do that. Come on his right and then fire on his left. And it's just unable to really get away from Donnarumma. But it's a lot better from United. A lot more quicker and faster than what it was in the first half. It was Theo Hernandez to Franck Kessié, to Sawilo Mate, the Torino loanee. Here is Kessié again. Hernandez again. Kessié being closed down well by Dan James. But Milan have the possession in the midfield and work it nicely with Simon Kjær, the Danish centre-back, with a lovely clip ball forward, intended for Rado Krunic. It's gone out of play for United goal kick. 7 minutes gone of the second half. Milan 0, Man United 1 from the game at the San Siro. Remember, of course, the first of our double headers, we had Arsenal prevailing against Olympiacos over 2 legs. The 3-1 win in the first leg was enough to send them through despite losing 1-0. Courtesy of a Yusuf El Arabi goal, Pedro Martin's side out as Arsenal finally gained their revenge for Olympiacos, dumping them out of last season's competition. There are upcoming games to come on this channel. We have Newcastle on Saturday night being covered by Mike Arneman. Join him for that. I'll be bringing you the first FA Cup quarter-final match of the weekend as it's Bournemouth against Southampton. Manchester City against Everton is also being brought to you by Russ Vernon. Here is Alexi Salimarcus for Milan, who go on a mission to get level. Charanolo with the cross. It's hit Maguire right in the face, but United are able to play their way out of trouble and do it absolutely impeccably. Fred out to the right with Wan-Bissaka. Simple ball down the line to Greenwood. James is the man in the middle, but he decides to knock it into the midfield with Scott McTominay. Fernandes takes it under control now. Roman and going toward that left-hand side. Maguire. Well, the substitutes for both, I did read out United subs. They've got David De Gea on the bench alongside Lee Grant, the 2 keepers. Alex Telles, Brandon Williams, Axel Twanzebe, Donny van de Beek, Nemanja Matic and Amad Diallo, who of course scored the opening goal of the first leg before it was cancelled out by Simon Kjær. So you look at that, you've got AC Milan's bench, they've got Ibrahimovic, Diaz, Tonali, Tonin, Benacer, Gabia, Dallo, and the Romanian goalkeeper Ciprian Tatarusanu. You would think that Ibrahimovic will be brought on sooner rather than later, and you'd think maybe 5 to 10 minutes time, that's when the Swede will come on. United on the break. Fernandes with a lovely outside of the football, looking for Dan James, but he just put a little bit too much on it. The Portuguese midfielder, and of course United's top goal scorer with 23 goals. What a signing he's been, by the way, for Manchester United. Made a real difference to Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's team. Beautifully took under control by Pogba, who looked like he was finished at United, but before he had that injury that abrupted his season for 10 games, he really was in his best patch for United, probably since he rejoined the club back in 2016. It's Fernandes in the middle with no black and white shirt around him. Ball through to James. He's got Greenwood in the boxes to give it back to Fernandes, but it's cut out well by Fikayo Tomori, the Chelsea loanee. Here is Hernandez. Now Pierre Kalulu from one French fullback to the other. Now Franck Kessié. Well, they have had to come from behind in the Europa League before Milan. They, of course, began their campaign all the way back in the qualifying rounds. The second one on the 17th of September. Of course, they beat Shamrock Rovers. They beat Bodo Glimt. And then, of course, they were taken all the way by Portuguese side Rayo Ave, where they had to go to penalties and won 11-10 as Paul Pogba tried a shot from range, which was well off target. But you'll see the goal he got again and the replay that I've got in front of me. And Milan make a complete mess of clearing it. If Stefano Pioli, who hasn't got much hair left to lose, well, hasn't got any hair to lose for that fact. If he had hair, he would have been pulling the last of it out. Because it was absolutely shocking defending that saw Milan go 1 goal down on the night and 2-1 down on aggregate. They've got to try and come up with an answer here with 34 minutes of the game left. Plenty of time to find an equaliser or a goal. Remember, if it stays like this, United go through. Should Milan get another one, it'll be extra time. Here's Pogba as he wins it off Çalhanoğlu. Fernandes goes to the left with Fred. First time cross in, it goes off Kalulu. Good defending by the French defender, and then he gives it back. Well, gets it back, from Salamakers, and he just sends it down the middle for Castillejo, who's been quiet tonight. United have dealt with him very, very well when he's had to have the ball in the air. Shaw turns away from Kalulu, but is fouled by Shaw, and Felix Breich, the German referee, a doctor, remember, gives United free kick. Yeah, he spins away from there. His foot does catch Shaw. Bit soft, but easy decision for the referee to make. So Bruno Fernandes will take this free kick. It has been all Manchester United in the opening 13 minutes of this second half. You're listening to Football Commentary Live with me, your commentator Matt Olds, the home of alternative commentary, remember. Milan 0, United 1, courtesy of a Paul Pogba goal. In by Fernandes. Away by a Milan player. I think it was Sawilo Mate got a touch to that. And it's a United corner. Always difficult to defend. Yeah, it was Mate who got his head in there and headed it behind over the crossbar of Donnarumma's goal. It goes out for a United corner. Well, should a second go in, it would definitely mean there would be no extra time in this game. Simon Kjær is chatting with the referee, Felix Breich, who just wants the game to continue. The German referee refereed the 2014 UEFA Europa League final. Shaw takes, looking for Maguire, wrestling with Kjær. Maguire had his arms on the shoulders of Kjær, according to the referee, who blows his whistle and gives AC Milan a free kick inside their own half. Yeah, Maguire likes to do that. Likes to be really, really tight on his defensive plays, doesn't he? Yeah, he's competing for it. I mean, Kjær just goes down, really, doesn't he? I mean, to give a free kick for that, I'm not so sure. I know he's got his arms on his shoulder, but he's not climbing on him. He's not forcing him to go down. He's just generally competing for the ball there. But, of course, those situations when balls come in, the referee's always going to give a free kick to the defensive side. First 15 minutes of the second half gone. It's been a perfect first 15 minutes of the second half. Kalulu looks for Castillejo and clears it away. So I was about to say before I was having to bring you a bit of the action, it's a perfect first quarter of this second half for Manchester United with that goal from Paul Pogba, his 5th of the season for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's team. Kalulu will take the throw-in. Decides to take a few steps back and then lunge forward to throw it on. Kessié was the man he looked for, who eventually knocked it back in. Mate competing with Pogba. Ball was just in the middle there. No one really knew where it was on the pitch. And the last touch has gone off Pierre Kalulu. And United have got a goal kick. Well, remember, of course, we are delighted to say that we will be covering the England under-21 games on Football Commentary Live. Of course, the UEFA Euro Under-21 Championships get underway in Slovenia this month. Of course, Manchester United's Mason Greenwood is part of the England squad for that as they entertain Portugal and Croatia, just two sides to name. Of course, that will be covered all of this month and the start of April. So you can follow the action here on Football Commentary Live. As United got a free kick, and it's important for Milan that they just don't lose their discipline, as Meite's penalised for pulling back on Fernandez's shirt. That probably should be a book in there. Fernandez is saying that's two by Sawilo Meite. But the referee, Felix Bright, decides to be lenient and not dish out the yellow cards, or a card on this occasion. Hasn't done so yet for any side. Hernandez gets up above Dan James. Here's Tomori, back to Gianluigi Donnarumma, who was an AC Milan debutant at a very young age. In fact, made his debut at the age of 17. Did Donnarumma. Gianluigi, that is. Here's Greenwood. Cross is blocked by Sawilo Meite, and then getting it under control is Donnarumma, who rolls it out to Salimarcus. Now Tomori to Kalulu. Kier. Pulls it back to Donnarumma. Tomori's the option to his left. He goes in the middle to Franquessier. Milan are able to do well out of that situation. And already Roma through, Zagreb through, Arsenal through in the Europa League. Tottenham out, courtesy of that Zagreb comeback, which was completed in extra time, courtesy of Mislav Orsic. Here is Luke Shaw. Fernandez. Fred to Fernandez. This has been a real good performance in the second half by United. How they would dearly love to get that second goal as Fred is fouled. And he's ready and waiting to come on. Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Still going at 39 years of age. Testament to him to stay fit for that long. Of course, in between his spells at United and Milan, he, of course, played in America at LA Galaxy. Also coming on, Diogo Dalot, on loan from Manchester United, is the young Portuguese defender. Fernandez will take this free kick. In it goes. Kier went for it, missed it. So did Maguire. And it's a Milan goal kick. Yeah, Maguire actually does touch it. It just sort of brushes off his fringe and goes out for a goal kick, as it was towards the back post on that right-hand side. And, unfortunately, he couldn't get it on target. Kalulu to Sawilo Meite, stepping in there as Maguire. Good interception as well. Kalulu with his arms all over Pogba. He's still at it. And now Felix Break, the referee, will pull that back. Kalulu just did not let go of Paul Pogba. And Felix Break has no option but to issue a yellow card for Pierre Kalulu. Yeah, he just lost the ball there, didn't he? Sawilo Meite and Kalulu just did not want Pogba any time to move or to pick a pass out. He just did not let go of him, did he? You're staying near me. You're not leaving my grasp. And that's his final action, Kalulu, as he's been replaced by Diogo Dalot in the 63rd minute. So on comes the Portuguese defender, signed by Jose Mourinho, and Castillejo's off. That's not a surprise, to be fair. The Spaniard not really had a sniff as he played down the middle, was the false nine, if you like. And there is an out-and-out striker on, and a big name as well in Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Over 500 career goals. PSG in Sweden's record goal scorer. And a man who knew where the back of the net was in Manchester, as he scored 28 in 53 games for the Red Devils. Salimarcus with the ball and looking for Ibrahimovic straight away. Wan-Bissaka clearing it away. Fernandez playing it forward to Greenwood. Or he looked for Greenwood anyway, but it's well beyond the United number 11. You're listening to this game on Football Commentary Live, the home of alternative commentary. Milan 0, Man United 1. Courtesy of a Paul Pogba goal in the 48th minute. Remember, he came on as a second half sub. He'd only been on the pitch around 3 minutes, and he found a way through to score his 5th goal for United this season. They lead 2-1 on aggregate, and as it stands heading into the last state of the UEFA Europa League, Bruno Fernandes to Paul Pogba. Lovely ball out to the right with Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Here is Daniel James going to take on Teo Hernandez. Didn't really run him at full pace and instead knocks it back to McTominay. Shifts it back to Victor Lindelof. Forward to Dan James. Nice possession here. Hernandez into the back of Dan James, and Man United have a free kick. Well, ever since United have got in front, there's been a bit more of an urgency, a bit more of an intensity and a bit more of a willingness for Milan to go and win the ball back, but they just can't seem to get their foothold on it. As Pogba's in the middle receiving it from Fred. Greenwood has it next. Tomori, the man tight to him. Here's Dan James. Greenwood gets it back. Dan James has it back once again. McTominay. United smell a second goal. It's just whether or not they can find that killer pass through. Fred. Harry Maguire. Pogba. Ball is a overhit one for Dan James. He's not the tallest player in the world. He would have had to have grown a lot of inches there if he was going to get on the end of that and flick it on. No doubt about it. Milan restart the game from the throw. Is Dallo. Looks down the line for Marcus. Has picked him out, but he's offside. The flag is raised by Stefan Loop down that side. Well, there's a few millimeters isn't there if he's on or if he isn't. So that was a pretty close decision to give there. We'll be covering Tottenham's game on Sundays. They are away to Aston Villa, looking to make amends following their shock Europa League defeat tonight at the hands of Dinamo Zagreb. John Kane will be covering that. I'll be bringing you Bournemouth against Southampton, the first of the 4 FA Cup quarterfinals this weekend, and then the second one on Saturday. We brought to you by Ross Vernon as Everton entertain Manchester City. Here's Hakan Çalhanoğlu. Low crossing. Kessier's attacking it. Did it hit the arm of Victor Lindelof as he went down to try and stop Kessier's shot going on target? Felix Bright says no. United are breaking now as Pogba's on the ball. Here's Fernandes. James and Greenwood are the men in front of him and to his side. Pogba's to his right. Slides in. It's beyond him. As it was Rada Krunic back there. Making the ground up to win the ball there. And Milan have it in possession with Simon Kjær, the Danish centre-back. Teo Hernandez with Simon Kjær. Well, United's last visit to the San Siro, they won 3-2 in 2010. They're winning again 11 years on. And it could be a real telling win because it will send them through to the last state of the UEFA Europa League as Lindelof superbly takes the ball under control and intercepts the intended ball forward for Zlatan Ibrahimovic, and Teo Hernandez just cannot get the ball under control, and United have a throw. The penalty incident again, well, it doesn't even hit the arm of Victor Lindelof. It's bounced off the leg and chest of Victor Lindelof. Even if they had gone to VAR, they would have been pretty quick to go on the spot. And as of yet, Marco Fritz, the German VAR ref, has not had to step in at all. And as of yet, has been occupying a very nice position inside, watching the game unfold. Dallo now for Milan, running forward. Gives it through to Krunic. It went through the legs of McTominay, but it couldn't pick out Krunic. Dan James away from Teo Hernandez. Once he gets going, he is a hard man to stop. He goes down under the challenge of Hernandez. He went down a bit too easily there for me, as Hernandez does well to win it back. Ibrahimovic breaks through the lines. Henderson has to head it away. The flag is now raised by the linesman Stefan Loop on that side. And it's a pretty easy decision to make. It was just a case of when the attack would stop. He got it away from McTominay rather than under his legs. but he was unable to pick out a pass. Final 20 minutes of the game here at the San Siro. United 1-up here. Manchester United, that is, against Milan. Paul Pogba's 5th goal of the season. His first in this season's Europa League is the difference so far in the second leg, and is the difference, to be fair, on aggregate. But remember, they did take the lead a week ago before Simon Kjær equalised to go into the game with Milan having the advantage. Kessié to Hernandez. He gets across to the back post, away from Shaw, who can't get it away. Çalhanoğlu right by the byline on the right. In for Kessié, who heads it toward goal, but it's off target, and in truth, was going well away from the goal. Çalhanoğlu just waits. He stands across up. Good out for Kessié to attack. But as he gets up, he just heads it on his offside. Ibrahimovic was offside. Shaw puts his arm up quickly, but Henderson's got to be quick to step off his line and make the decision to head that away. Rada Krunic off. Diaz on. Milan's 3rd sub they've made tonight. Diaz on loan from Real Madrid, was once upon a time a Manchester City player. Featured only 13 times for Manchester City. Did the Real Madrid loanee, so 15 appearances he made, rather. So he's replaced Rada Krunic as Milan go in search of an equaliser to at least take this to extra time. But United might get a second here. Here's Dan James. Tomori stands up well. Dan James once again on the ground. Has happened to him a lot tonight, but Tomori stands up well and does very, very well indeed. Yeah, I think what Dan James always likes is a lot of room on the outside, doesn't he? Tomori, when he's gone up against him, in particular, has not given him any sort of room to go on the outside of him. He's such a live wire, isn't he? So fast, so quick off his feet. But I think he's defended really well on an individual note. And to be fair, I think Theo Hernandez has the Milan left back as well against him. He's a really fast player, Dan James. The only thing that really sort of lets him down is his sort of stats of goals and assists. But to be fair tonight, I think he's put a good shift in. He has, seen himself go up against a good defence in down his side in Tomori and Hernandez. But, to be fair, still has done what he's needed to do. So Wailo Mate wins a throw from Wan-Bissaka's challenge. Is taken quickly by Hernandez. Çalhanoğlu with the cross in. Looking for Ibrahimovic. Good save by Henderson. And he didn't actually tip it over the bar, and instead he tipped it back into play. Shaw sees it out, but that's the first sighting of goal that Zlatan Ibrahimovic has had. Really good save by Henderson. It comes at him quick. It was a very similar save he sort of had to make from Simon Kjær, with a lot more power on it, to be fair. But he did well to just push that one up into the air, and luckily Shaw saw it out. Çalhanoğlu with the corner. Hernandez gets up. Maguire just gets in front and blocks him off his path to stop the header going on target. Hernandez gets it from Ibrahimovic. Here's Franck Kessié in the box. Ibrahimovic tries to drill it low back in, but Man United come away with it with Fred, and it's gone off Fikayo Tomori, and United have a throw-in. They allowed Çalhanoğlu to put the cross in. Fernandez just has his hands behind his back, and Ibrahimovic is always going to win a duel between him and Shaw. Leaps really well. Good header. Flicks it toward Henderson. Just lacked the power like Simon Kjær did a week ago when he scored the equaliser. But Henderson got his angles covered. He was positioned really well. And to push it above himself, that's really, really good save that. And credit Shaw as well. Slavia Prague have gone 2-0 up against Rangers. So the Scottish champions are going to be falling at the round of 16 hurdle, just like they did last year. And Ibrahimovic is offside as he received it from Brahim Diaz's pass. Quarter of an hour to go. Milan 0, Manchester United 1. You're listening to Football Commentary Live, the home of alternative commentary. Remember, you can follow us on social media. Follow us on @Commentary Live 1, which is our Twitter handle, or you can go to our Facebook page. The best way to follow Football Commentary Live, go to facebook.com/FootcomLive. Be involved in the conversation. Pre-match, during the game, half-time, full-time. And of course, we will try and get your comments read out in that time. Give us your thoughts on what you're seeing and the games that we are covering. Of course, a whole host of games to come, not just in the next few days, but in the next month. The England under-21 games will be covered as they embark on another European Championship in Slovenia. And of course, we will be bringing you 2 FA Cup games. As I will be bringing you Bournemouth against Southampton from the Vitality Stadium, the first of the 4. And then Ross Vernon will bring you the other game on Saturday as Everton take on Manchester City. What a long busting run this is by Pogba, as Felix Bright finally pulls that back as Diogo Dalot fouls Paul Pogba. And that is the old Paul Pogba we like to see, so powerful and so clever in how he wins a free kick. He's really been on it tonight, hasn't he? Dalot booked. And he has been really on it tonight, to be fair to him. Since he came on, he's looked really bright. He's looked really sort of on it tonight. That is the Pogba that you see play for France. That's the one you see that was playing for Juve in Manchester United, paid sort of just under 90 million for him sort of 4.5 years ago. He really has come alive tonight. We haven't been often be able to say that in the big games. Fernandez a long way out. We'll try it. But it was not going to test Donnarumma. He's almost there thinking, go on, have a go, son. Fernandez did. But Donnarumma has the battle of the wits between him and the Portuguese. Number 18 for Manchester United. So we already know that Arsenal are through. We know that Tottenham are out. Will Man United be joining them in the quarterfinals? Luke Shaw has to do defending as he stopped Sally Marcus. Getting on the end of Hernandez's cross. United and Wan-Bissaka down that right was stretched temporarily, but luckily Hernandez's cross was sniffed out by the United defence, and in particular Victor Lindelof. Here's Fernandez. Game might just be opening up just that little bit more now. Here is Pogba through to McTominay. Drives it in, and it's straight at Donnarumma, who doesn't even have to move a muscle in just keeping that out. But that's what McTominay's really brought to his game over the last 12 to 18 months, making those forward runs to help the attack. And he just sort of got that in there. He knew that he had nothing behind him. He had no shout. He couldn't see to his left or to his right. He didn't have anyone around him. So he just was going to put the ball in and hope that it will go to a white shirt in the box. But what he didn't see was that there was no option for him. We're into the final 12 and 11 and a half minutes, Man United 1-0 up here from the game at the San Siro. Paul Pogba's 5th of the season is the difference, as they're 1-0 up on the night and 2-1 up on aggregate. Here is Sally Marcus. Through to Meite. Sally Marcus can't get around Dan James. He makes a really good standing tackle. Tamori gets there first ahead of Bruno Fernandes. Here's Teo Hernandez. No relation. Here is Brahim Diaz. Here is Hernandez. To Fikayo Tomori. Ball out to the right with Dalot, who's in a really advanced position. Tries to play it through to Sally Marcus, who might have been offside should that have gone all the way through to him. United come away with it with Pogba, who's fouled, was he, by Dalot, remember, who has been booked. But Kier with the ball intended for Ibrahimovic. It's cut out by Victor Lindelof. Here's Diaz. Ibrahimovic. Hernandez coming up in support. Chawanolu's the obvious player to pick out on the edge of the box. He looked for Sally Marcus to the right in the United box, but it's cut out by Luke Shaw. And it's a Man United throw, and as Pogba shields it away from Franck Kessié, and United have a throw. Well, his arm's tucked in, so he's never going to get that decision, the Milan player. But, yeah, Pogba doing really well on the defensive point of view. Dalot to Tomori. Final 10 minutes we go. Milan need a goal at least to just stay in this tie. Good control by Ibrahimovic, but it doesn't count for anything as he's flagged offside. And to his amazement, he's offside as well. There was a lovely ball forward by Ibrahimovic. Again, fine margins. Shaw sort of came in and just got it under control. Stopped Ibrahimovic from taking it under himself and playing a pass to a fellow black and red shirt, sorry. Lindelof with a long run forward. Looked for Fernandes, it was beyond him. The next person trying to get onto it was James, and he couldn't get onto it neither. Diaz to Hernandez. Diaz gets it back from Çalhanoğlu. Now it's Salamakers, who's onside. United have got to get men back. They have got enough men back in there. Salamakers gets it back, though, from the cross that was blocked by Lindelof. Çalhanoğlu gets it in, but it's cleared by Paul Pogba. As United just staying in position. Keeping their ship stationary, if you like, as Milan go in search of an equaliser. One goal would take this to extra time. Another goal for United would seal this tie. Here's Fred. Now to Mason Greenwood. Fred once more. Shaw coming up in support from Bruno Fernandes, who's on the ball. Shaw now does have it. United are ready. Victors in Italy against Real Sociedad. At the moment, as it stands, are going to be victors once again in this part of the world as we are heading into the final 8+ minutes. And in truth, apart from that Dean Henderson save, United's goal has not been threatened at all. And their defensive resilience, which has been a real key architect as why they've been quite successful this season, you could say. Even though some feel that this probably isn't quite as successful a season as many others are perceiving. But it is a Milan throw-in as Kier's pass bounced off Bruno Fernandes. Ibrahimovic going to get it under control. Lindelof away. Fred with the ball forward. Beautifully took under control by Mason Greenwood, but he is a long way out when he takes it under control. He gets it from Pogba. Now Fernandes from Greenwood. Goes to the right with Wan-Bissaka, who will just take a slow jog to keep that in play. Gets it back from James. McTominay's just about managing the game now for Manchester United. Kessié left one in on McTominay. I think he might have his name taken here. Yeah, Felix Bright was pretty clear and certainly not unsighted when he made that decision. He did block him off, and he doesn't need to book him. There. Mate getting touch tight to Pogba, but Pogba's able to just stand in front of him and knock it short to Fred, his midfield partner. Dan James going on a marauding run, going a bit away as well. In by Wan-Bissaka, but it's took under control by Donnarumma. You just hope, for those United players' sake, that Donnarumma's going to slip on the catch, but that's one of his main strengths, isn't it? It's his handling of crosses and corners. Here come Milan there with Diaz. Hernandez needs to get it back, and McTominay slid in, and it was fired straight at Dean Henderson without McTominay's knowledge, to be honest. He certainly didn't want to do that, but luckily Henderson didn't have to move at all. He was in the best place to do that. He's got hold of it absolutely superbly. All stems from Wan-Bissaka getting that ball in. Donnarumma quick off his feet to play the ball. And Simon Kier will be a Milan player in the book. The third one tonight, and all three of them have been defenders. Fred is still down. It might be that time now for United where they just try and stop the game as much as they can. They clip the side of Fred. Just a little bump to the hip. What's the bump of the thigh? Sort of that region anyway, if you like, as Fred is still down on the San Siro surface, which is looking quite impeccable. It is one of those stadiums, the San Siro, that you would just love to play on. It's one of those grounds where if you were in a quiz, you would say, what are the 5 stadiums in Europe off the top of your head? The San Siro would certainly be one of those answers that you would give. Such an iconic venue, of course, is getting knocked down in the near future. Of course, they share it with Inter Milan, but of course does have a different name, remember, as it's known by one of Inter's greatest ever players in the Giuseppe Meazza. Encouragement shouted by Pioli and Ole Gunnar Solskjaer as both managers are giving encouragement for very different reasons. Play resumes with McTominay taking it short. Fred is back up on his feet, and luckily it's no serious injury from Kier going into him. Here is the Danish centre-back, knocking it forward, but can only knock it out for a throw-in. Well, there are some interesting teams that potentially await Manchester United. One of them is Arsenal. There are, of course, no rules on the teams from the same country not playing each other. Dalot goes into the side of Pogba. Felix Bright tells Pogba to get up. Here is Scott McTominay. Fernandes. Daniel James manages to get through 2 Milan players, but he's fouled by Franck Kessié. United free kick, and this is exactly what they want. Milan being forced to make fouls to allow United to get up the pitch. Yeah, clear foul. Goes on the wrong side of him. James is away from him. Gets clipped. Straightforward decision. But that's a foul. I mean, they just showed the replay of the Pogba one from Dalot. It's a clear foul. And that's probably the only mistake that Felix Bright has made tonight. Here's Fernandes. 2.5 minutes to go. Ball through to James. First time cross. Ball to the back post. Pogba gets up. But heads it onto the roof on the netting on the roof of the bar. And it's a Milan goal kick. Good leap by Pogba. Has to get up above Diogo Dalot. It looked like it was maybe going to loop, but it just looped a little bit too high. Well, there was another incident of Hernandez going in on Dan James, who's been in the wars tonight, the Welsh winger. But again, Felix Bright and the linesman down there. Mark Borsch didn't see that, so they've got away with 2 fouls in sort of quick succession, if you like. Here is Bruno Fernandes. Daniel James. Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Fernandes has it once more. Daniel James has it once more. Fernandes has it back. Well, as I was saying earlier, United potentially will be facing the likes of Dinamo Zagreb, Arsenal, Granada, Roma, Slavia Prague as it stands, Villarreal, Ajax. Some big hitters of European campaigns gone by. Here's Fernandes. Shoots. It's deflected. Off of Kessié. Donnarumma was trying to stop that going out for a corner. And he's unable to do so. And United have got a corner with the last 60 seconds of normal time. He gets caught on his feet there, doesn't he? Gianluigi Donnarumma. He's sort of just scrambling across. He tries to claw it away, but ultimately can't do so and has to settle for a United corner. And you're listening to this on Football Commentary Live, the home of alternative commentary. Follow us on Twitter at Commentary Live 1 or follow us on Facebook, facebook.com/FootcomLive. Corner's taken short by Fernandes. He gives it to Pogba. Kessié's in the corner with him, not allowing him any room, as was Theo Hernandez. And then Pogba and Kessié into a bit of a afters following that ball going out of play. The play carries on. A bit of a rugby tackle there by Franck Kessié as he just sort of took Pogba to the ground. 5 minutes added on. It'll feel like a long time for Manchester United, but a short time for Milan. Silent markers with the half volley forward. United get it away. Dalot will get the cross in. Henderson comes out and collects and takes it down and just slows it down even more for United. Well, if Milan do go out tonight, it will be down to really poor defending on one occasion. You can't take away the finish from Pogba, but how Milan did not clear their lines from that goal is absolutely strange. It was absolute comical defending. It was that original clearance from Suwailo Mate that just hit a United player. Fred it was, bounced to Pogba, and he just took all the time in the world, didn't even rush the finish. He just took his time and picked it into the roof of the net. Here's Teo Hernandez as United are penned in, got everybody back, tries to throw it through. Salimarcus goes in there. Henderson with a sliding challenge. It's a very good one. Çalhanoğlu now with the ball at his feet. The attack is not dead yet. Here is the Turkish midfielder. Mate with the ball forward. There were several players coming back from offside positions, and it was too heavy anyway. And Dean Henderson just calmly diffuses the situation even more as we're in 90 seconds of 5 minutes added on with the score Milan 0, Manchester United 1 in the second leg, and overall 2-1 in Manchester United's favour. Lovely back heel by Fernandes. Here's Shaw. Pogba's the man he's looking for, but it's cut up by Diogo Dalot as it's a United throw-in right by the corner flag down this Milan left-hand side. Shaw, Pogba, holds off Tomori. Loves to do that, Paul Pogba, doesn't he? Just loves to get his body up. Embraces that, doesn't he? Fred, the foul on Diaz. Milan trying to take it quickly. Greenwood smartly just steps in front of it, so just kills a few seconds. Donnarumma out of his goal to clear it up the pitch. Ibrahimovic will get up. Going down his Salimarcus, and Felix Bryke has seen that. I think there might have been a bit of a scream actually from the Belgian Alexis Salimarcus. And the referee is calling over Luke Shaw, I believe. And it's a yellow card for Luke Shaw, first United player to be in the book, and they've got a free kick to defend. His defending has been excellent tonight, Luke Shaw. Just a little bit late with that. Çalhanoğlu quite centrally out. Ball to go in. Not quite goalkeeper up time yet. Ball does go in. Going down was Ibrahimovic. Tomori tried to keep that back in, but his first touch lets him down. And then Maguire just does enough to stand him up. When Ibrahimovic is onside, Wan-Bissaka did have an arm in the back on Ibrahimovic. Whether or not he's actually pushed him. Well, that was the booking for Luke Shaw. Pretty obvious decision. Seeing on the replay as he had his hand across the face of Alexis Salimarcus. The VAR check is complete on that supposed push on Ibrahimovic, and no penalty is the outcome, so the decision stands. I think it's the right decision. I think when the ball comes in, Wan-Bissaka has his hand on Ibrahimovic's back, but he doesn't actually push him. There is no direct motion, to be perfectly honest, and I think the referee's got that one right. Franck Kessié, Teo Hernandez, last minute of stoppage time. Ball forward, too short. Maguire heads it away. It's McTominay. He gets away from Suwailo Mate. Just going to run into the corner, McTominay. It's a really good run with no Milan player able to challenge. And when the challenge does come in, it's a late one from Teo Hernandez. And it was brilliant bit of play by Scott McTominay to just eat up the ground, make the yards up, and win a free kick right by the right-hand touchline. And that is the fourth Milan player to go in the book. And their discipline since that goal, Milan, is well and truly gone. It's a foul that is made out of just pure frustration. Does he need to make that right down by that side of the pitch? No, it's harmless from McTominay. Just get your body. He's going to go on the outside of you. There is a chance he's going to overhit it. And that's probably going to be it now for Milan in their pursuit of an equaliser and staying in this Europa League contest. Taken short by Fernandes. Pogba tries to send it forward. It's bounced off Suwailo Mate and out for a United throw-in. Well, he's made a difference since he came on, Paul Pogba. And he is the match winner, effectively, over these two legs. And a man who's so often been criticised for his displays in big games, he certainly delivered tonight. The final whistle is blown and Manchester United have done it. They have recorded a victory at the San Siro and are marching on to the last 8 of the UEFA Europa League. They came into this at a disadvantage following Simon Kjær's late equaliser at Old Trafford last Thursday, but they've done the job at the San Siro courtesy of Paul Pogba's strike 3 minutes into the second half. And remember, he came on as a substitute in place of Marcus Rashford. But it's United who prevailed. They won in Italy already going into this second leg when they beat Real Sociedad in Turin. And now they've beaten Milan at the San Siro. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer smiling with his goalkeeper, Dean Henderson. But it's full time here. It is Milan 0, Manchester United 1. Manchester United prevail 2-1 on aggregate.
Thank you very much, Matt, and fantastic commentary once again from yourself. Some great commentaries that we've had brought you this evening, myself and Mike, where the commentary as Arsenal progressed to the knockout stages despite losing 1-0 to Olympiacos. The Gunners went through by 3-2 on aggregate. Tottenham are out. They lost 3-0 on the night, 3-2 on aggregate to Dinamo Zagreb. Some other results coming through right now. Young Boys 0, Ajax 2, Ajax 1, 5-0 on aggregate. Villarreal 2, Dynamo Kiev 0. Dynamo Kiev are out, losing 4-0 on aggregate. In also the other games tonight, I'll run you through all of the scores now as I've got them all in from tonight's Europa League round of 16 second legs. Arsenal 0, Olympiacos 1, also progressed 3-2 on aggregate, as I said, brought to you by Russ Vernon and Mike Orneman. I'm Russ Vernon, by the way. After extra time, Dinamo Zagreb 3, Tottenham Hotspur 0, Dinamo Zagreb 1, 3-2 on aggregate. It was 2-0 in 90 minutes, took it to extra time, and Dinamo Zagreb scored to make it 3-0. Mold 2, Granada 1 on the night, Mold 2, Granada 3 on aggregate. Shakhtar Donetsk 1, Roma 2 on the night, Roma progressed 5-1 on aggregate. Also, in this evening's kickoff, you've just heard Matt describe AC Milan 0, Manchester United 1. Manchester United progressed 2-1 on aggregate, Paul Pogba with the winner. Rangers 0, Slavia Prague 2. Rangers are out, losing 3-1 on aggregate. 9-man Rangers. Kemar Roof amongst the players sent off for Rangers. Also had Leon Balogun sent off as well for his second bookable offence. Straight red for Kemar Roof, the former Leeds United man. Villarreal 2, Dynamo Kiev 0. Dynamo Kiev are out. Villarreal are through. 4-0 winners on aggregate. And Young Boys are out, losing 2-0 on the night to Ajax, 5-0 on aggregate. And just before we let you go, Matt, who was your commentary services man of the match this evening?
Well, I mean, it was a lot of people you could have considered. I thought it was a really good defensive display from United. I mean, yes, they weren't really threatened by Milan in the second half, apart from that Zlatan Ibrahimovic chance. But even though he picked up a poor yellow card, I thought, again, Luke Shaw was really good tonight. Defensively, his game has massively improved. He filled in the middle sometimes in the defence and did a really good job. He shut the door shut on Milan. He worked quite one-dimensional, sort of going down the middle quite a lot. They didn't use their width well enough, as I said, but obviously, you've got to give credit to Luke Shaw and the United defence, the way they just shut them up. So, he's the man of the match for me tonight, and I don't think there could be any complaints. I mean, Pogba had a real good impact when he came on, but I think, given that he was a substitute, and obviously Shaw played the 90, I think, Shaw gets it for me, but not by much at all, I have to say.
Yes, thank you. And Mike Coleman, who did the excellent commentary with me earlier, says to me, say that again, Russ. Tottenham or what? And I'll just like to say it again for you then, Mike. It finished Dynamo Zagreb 3, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Dynamo Zagreb win 3-2 on aggregate, which means, Mike, Tottenham Hotspurs are out. Tottenham are out, guys. So Manchester United and Arsenal are the only representatives from England and Britain in the quarter-final draw for the Europa League, which is tomorrow from midday. Make sure you tune into that. Champions League quarter-final draw is from 11 o'clock tomorrow as well. Make sure you tune in for that. But we will not be bringing you that, and that brings an end to our coverage this evening. But before I do bring the end to our coverage this evening, just one question for you, Matt. Can Manchester United go all the way and win this competition?
I don't see why not. I mean, now obviously a lot of people think that they need to win a trophy. I think that this represents a perfect chance for them. They had the heartbreak last year of losing in Germany to Sevilla. I think they look a lot stronger. They're a lot more mentally strong than what they were. I think that they are the team to beat in this season's Europa League. So I really do have the belief that they will go all the way. But, you know, they need to probably improve a little bit more. But I think for me, they will probably go on to win it.
Thank you very much, Matt. Matt, just one final one before I do finally let you go after this. Who, out of the English clubs that are left in the Champions League, so Liverpool and Chelsea are still in that at the moment. Do you think any of those, and Man City as well, Liverpool, Chelsea, and Man City, do you think, out of those three, which side do you think will have the better of the chances of winning it overall from what you've seen so far?
I think it has to be Manchester City. I mean, obviously Guardiola's teams are so formidable. Yes, they're still playing for the Premier League, but that looks pretty much done and dusted, doesn't it? I mean, the gap of 14 points is still too big. You can't see them dropping 5 games and allowing United to come through there. So I think, you know, that's one trophy sorted. So I think that they're probably the best equipped out of them. But of course, for Liverpool, you can't rule them out. It's their last chance of silverware. They love this competition. They've got a glorious history in it, but I just can't see Manchester City not, you know, being in the final at least. I mean, whether or not they'll win it is a different story, but I think out of them, Chelsea and Liverpool, they're going to be the ones who go the furthest.
Yes, once again, Matt, thank you for some excellent commentary. Don't forget, guys, you can tune in to Matt again on Saturday for the FA Cup quarter-final match between Bournemouth and Southampton, the South Coast rivalry there we have got for you. So don't forget, make sure you stay locked to Football Commentary Live, the home of alternative commentary. And just before we finish, Mike has just mentioned a great point here regarding Thomas Tuchel. It says Chelsea under Tuchel have to be a threat now. Been exceptional since he came in. I must agree, Mike. They have, but Mike, under Thomas Tuchel, Chelsea couldn't beat Leeds like they did under Frank Lampard. So yeah, I'm just going to leave it there. So thank you very much for listening, guys. We'll see you again soon. Thanks for listening to our double header this evening. Arsenal through, Manchester United through, Spurs are out, Rangers are out, and we'll see you again next time. Goodbye from me, goodbye from Mike, and goodbye from Matt and everyone here at Football Commentary Live.